what I also learned, and I don't want to give away too much of the story, subscribe to theathletic.com right now. But he was a theater minor at Colgate University, and he's a really kind of shy type. And it wasn't until he started taking theater classes that he came out of his shell. For me, it's just fascinating to learn about guys who have interests off the ice and who do things beyond, just golfing, for example. And I encourage everyone to read up on Bobby McMahon, because he's an example of a guy that was given nothing and earned everything. And also, in his spare time, performed some Backstreet Boys choreographed dances. So, who wouldn't want to read about that, right?
There you go. I mean, you always find these stories about these offbeat stories about the Leafs. We're still talking about Joseph Woll going trekking through the mountains. It commonly comes up when we're talking about Woll. So there's another one there on Bobby McMahon at The Athletic. Last one for you here, Josh, before we let you go. We were doing our 2023 reflections kind of across all sports in the 6 o'clock hour, or at 6 p.m. I decided the story of 2023 was Kyle Dubas and that odd week where he, wasn't sure he wanted to be a Maple Leaf anymore, and then wanted to be, and then wasn't given that opportunity. For you, the Maple Leaf story of 2023 was what?
This is going to sound like super niche and super specific, but it was Game 3 in Florida against Florida. Right, the Leafs played really well in games 1 and 2 in their first second-round series in what feels like a billion years. And they had an opportunity here, because if they win Game 3, they're right back in the series. And they came out so flat, and it was one of the most, disingenuous, and if you're a Leafs fan, disheartening performances, in recent memory, considering the stakes. And that is exactly the type of performance that this Leafs team has become known for. And it just felt like during that game, watching that game in Florida, they were not going to flip the script, right? They came out with so much promise, after beating Tampa Bay, but it just felt like the same old Leafs. And that's, to me, I know we keep banging our head against the wall when we talk about this Leafs team, because we say, nothing matters until April. And then April comes and it's the same old story. So until the Leafs can play with purpose, conviction, and win games consistently in the playoffs, I don't think the story around this team is going to change. That's where my mind goes. I don't know if you guys disagree, because that Game 3 was just it just felt like their entire kind of last season or last few seasons kind of personified, right?
Maybe that's their New Year's resolution, to write new stories in 2024.
Well, 6, 7 opportunities for that.
Oh, who knows? Joshua, I appreciate your time today. Everyone can check out that awesome article on The Athletic, of course, on Bobby McMahon, and we will talk to you next year.
Anytime. Take care, guys.
Thanks so much. Josh Cloak of The Athletic. And we were finding out that tonight is a milestone night for Mr. Sheldon Keefe.
It is.
It is his 300th career regular season game behind the bench for the Toronto Maple Leafs. Coming into tonight's game with an all-time record of 183, 80, and 36.
Yeah, I mean, you cannot deny the success of Sheldon Keefe.
Best points percentage in NHL history for a coach with 300-plus career games coaching.
There you go. They're impressive numbers. That's an impressive record for sure. And really, his run with the Leafs in the regular season has been very, very impressive. There's not really much you can quibble about. Mm-hmm. And yet it seems like we're always quibbling with what's going on with the Maple Leafs. I think anyone who is like a backer of Keefe will always just look at that record and be like, hey, he's a great coach. Like, what do you want? The results are there. But it just feels like, to go back to the start of the conversation with Josh about how the lesser lights of the league seem to always be a problem. Mm. Big playoff games, also a problem. These are two things that they just cannot fix. Well, that kind of goes down to coaching, right? Like, so if the mean or the where you always find yourself is, yeah, you're a successful regular season team, and those buts never gets answered. Like, you never have a fix for what's going on or consistent, persistent issues. Then that's when you can kind of look past the record. But anyone who's going to back Sheldon Keefe will always look at the 300 games and be like, well, that's one of the most successful coaches we've ever seen.
You think the guys play hard for him tonight? 300th game. You want to get the big puck for him.
I think the more motivating factor might be the presence of Ilya Samsonov, to be honest.
Hope so. Yeah.
Do you think everyone in that room knows that it's Sheldon Keefe's 300th game?
Well,
I don't even know if Sheldon Keefe knows.
How did I find out? I'm not like on his wiki page counting. I'm sure the team knows.
I don't think the boys are on Leafs PR's Twitter feed before the game.
Maybe they're listening right now in the dressing room, boys.
Maybe they are, but yeah, I mean, they'll probably circle back on that after. There might be a puck that Sheldon Keefe's holding up with a big grin on his face.
Put money on the board and say, tonight's my 300th.
Maybe there's money on the board.
Okay, well, so you mentioned Ilya Samsonov. Here's just some context for you folks. Whether you believe it or not, he is the third lowest save percentage in the NHL at .871 with minimum 10 games played.
What's not to believe?
I don't know. Maybe you're looking for the positives. Third highest goals against average as well with .379. But he's 4-1-1 with a .918 save percentage and a .224 goals against average and 1 shutout in 6 career games against the Blue Jackets. So maybe he's got the Blue Jackets number.
And lucky for Samsonov, it's the Blue Jackets tonight, although the start of these issues may have been there with the Columbus Blue Jackets mere 2 weeks ago.
It is another opportunity for him to get his game back on track. But Auston Matthews has been red hot this month. What is this, 15 goals he could get in a month?
Yeah, he can become the 4th Leaf with 15 goals in a month ever. And he's still got one more game after this one. So I don't know what 16 gets him. But Matthews has
Maybe
been
a
on
Hart Trophy.
It's been a heater of all heaters for Auston Matthews of late. It's been a great start to the season for him, of course. We're going to do our Bet365 player to watch on the other side. We could do Matthews every single time because it just seems like it's one of those seasons for Auston Matthews, but it would be another feather in the cap if he's able to become just the 4th Leaf to pot 15 in a month.
Yeah, 6 points against the Blue Jackets this season, 4 goals and 2 assists. I mean, William Nylander, Mitch Marner, and John Tavares are the top 4 point getters against the Blue Jackets, and kind of the way that the season has been going. When they're going well.
As sick as we are of the Columbus Blue Jackets, I think Auston Matthews would play them weekly if he had the opportunity.
Yeah, that's actually true. Like, it's not a points night, but it could be. Like, you should view it as a points night, but in a positive way.
Goals night for Matthews against this team.
A goals night. But knowing how they came off, I'm hoping that the way that Ottawa on the 27th, 2 nights ago, I guess, felt when they skated off the ice, losing to the Battle of Ontario and the next gen game, like that's got to motivate you for tonight, right? Like, the narrative now around the team is you can't play against bad teams. You had the excuse of a little bit of a sleepy time off from games with the holiday break. You're eating too much baked brie like me. Now there's no excuse, right? This is a Friday night game. You've had a day in between. You got to come out and steamroll Columbus because you got a big one tomorrow against the Hurricanes. So you got to get a win before.
Yeah, and you got to improve that record against lowly teams, and you got to worry about every point that's on the table at this point in the season. I mean, it's just important tonight as it is tomorrow, but sometimes it feels like the Maple Leafs need convincing on that.
Well, we'll convince you on the other side of the break. We'll be back for Puck Drop on Molson Leafs Hockey on Sportsnet 590, The Fan, and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
.ca. So when you gotta move, all moving day. Think 2-minute truck, 2-minute truck.ca. Cause all of us movers are not the same. So that's our company name, 2-minute truck.ca. We're lots of men with lots of trucks, so give us a call today.
Move up to Heathwood. Hi, I'm Hugh Herron. Experience true luxury at Williamsburg Green in Kitchener. Heathwood's all-brick single-family homes come with a long list of features you've always dreamed of. Gourmet kitchens, freestanding tubs, and even fully finished lower levels. Dare to compare and you'll see why it's time to move up to Heathwood. Learn more at heathwood.com.
Unhibernate, a verb. To laugh in the face of snow because you drive a Subaru. As in, when I unhibernate, I have the roads all to myself because my Subaru has symmetrical full-time all-wheel drive and others don't. Or the award-winning safety in my Subaru means I can unhibernate all winter while my neighbors stare longingly from their bedroom windows. Or my favorite usage. I am going to unhibernate this winter by visiting my local Subaru dealer today. Welcome to Uncommon Winter Confidence.
Hi, it's Catherine from Great Canadian Meat. What makes a great gift? Well, I think we can all agree that a gift that's homemade is a great gift. A gift that's the same shape as a stocking, that's important. A gift they can eat? Definitely. And if they like to share, a gift you can eat too. Well, that settles it. Our Great Canadian Meat salami and pepperoni sticks are the perfect gift and a perfect addition to your charcuterie board. Pick up Great Canadian Meat at our store in Whitby or online at greatcanadianmeat.com.
Green Day bring 3 decades of punk energy and exploration to their very own SiriusXM channel.
Green Day Radio.
The stories behind their biggest songs. A personal intro to some brand new sounds. Now,
Channel 107. And on the SiriusXM app.
The best player analysts and insiders live on NHL Network Radio. Mike Johnson.
5-on-5 defensive game for Tampa is getting to the point, Gord, where it is a concern. And it's not just because Vasilevsky hasn't played the entire season. They're giving up almost 4 goals a game. No matter how good your offense is, that's not going to be able to be sustainable.
Get the latest opinion and analysis you need on the home of hockey, NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91, and the SiriusXM app. The Power Play with Steve Koulias.
Not only is Sidney Crosby one of the greatest, probably top 5 NHL players of all time, and there's some non-hockey people in Pittsburgh that don't want to hear this, he's as good and as important as anyone who's ever played for the Pittsburgh Steelers. Whether you want to understand that or not, put that in your pipe and smoke it.
The Power Play, weekdays 3 p.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91, and the SiriusXM app.
If you're a soccer fan, you know that this music means one thing. The Champions League is on Sirius XM FC.
Hat-trick for Erling Haaland. Kane scores!
The top teams from around Europe are battling for club soccer's holy grail.
Real Madrid do what they do best. What a start for Inter!
Hear all the top Champions League matches all tournament long on Sirius XM FC 157 and streaming on the Sirius XM app.
Join me, Gord Stellick, and Scott Laughlin as we recap the night that was on NHL Morning Skate, weekday mornings at 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91.
The biggest names in the game.
Trying to get behind, wrist the line, and walks in, put it between his legs, shoots it, score!
NHL play-by-play on Sirius XM. The best hockey lives here.
Burns gets it back, stick handles to the backhand, moves in front, score!
NHL play-by-play on Sirius XM. Hockey lives here.
Suzuki sweeps it. There's a chance. Rebound, Caulfield shoots and scores.
NHL play-by-play on Sirius XM.
Join me, Scott Laughlin, and Gord Stellick, along with former NHLer Mike Johnson for NHL Morning Skate, weekday morning, 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91.
Hi, this is Ray Hudson, and for all the biggest matches from club soccer's holy grail, the UEFA Champions League, tune in to Sirius XM FC 157.
This is Molson Leafs Hockey.
About to bring the war right now. Sound the alarm.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Leafs Radio Network. There's a Molson with your name on it.
Welcome to Molson Leafs Hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Maple Leafs Radio Network. Ailish, Forfire, and Justin Cuthbert here for your pre-games, intermission, and post-game. We're doing all of it
Double
tonight.
duty, triple duty.
Except for the hard stuff, like calling the game.
Yeah, we'll leave that to Joe.
He's sitting here eating our butter chicken. We got the Maple Leafs and the Columbus Blue Jackets tonight. Again, a third time this month. They are 1-1, so winner takes all. It is the Stanley Cup with the Leafs and Blue Jackets
there you
tonight.
Go. The stakes could not be higher.
It is so high, especially for Ilya Samsonov, who has had a bit of a tricky go so far. He's getting another opportunity to start tonight. He's got the third worst save percentage and the third worst goals against average in the NHL right now, but has had an okay time against the Columbus Blue Jackets in his history. So he's our player to watch. Presented by Bet365. Visit the app for the latest odds and find out why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Must be 19 plus, Ontario only. Play responsibly. So are you fading or are you believing in Ilya Samsonov?
Since you're normally the positive one, I'll let you. I'll let you throw that one into the universe. I'll go the negative route. Just if you don't think Ilya Samsonov shored everything up over the holiday freeze, Blue Jackets over 3.5 goals, which is what happened. Actually, that's actually light compared to what happened last time.
True.
Plus 155 over 4.5 goals for the Blue Jackets is plus 350. But if you're feeling bullish on Sammy's chances,
a Sammy shutout plus 1,200.
There you go.
It's the holiday season. It's time to be believing in things. I might believe in this Samsonov turnaround.
What I believe more in is the return of Mark Giordano.
Yeah.
He's going to be back in the lineup for the Maple Leafs. Missed 12 games. It felt like more than 12 games. But playing in his 21st game tonight, he'll play on a third pair right now with Timothy Liljegren. Other pairings, Jake McCabe and Simone Benoit on the second group, and then Riley and Brody, which means William Lagesson will make way for Mark Giordano.
So Nyes, Matthews, Marner, Bertuzzi, Tavares, Nylander, Robertson, Domi, Yarncroke, and McMahon, Camp, and Gregor. And you mentioned a couple of bodies out for the Columbus Blue Jackets tonight. So short-handed in terms of their rich talent pool.
Yeah, I mean, you can't be saying that when the 1-1 record exists with the Maple Leafs.
They'll find a way to win.
But yes, the Blue Jackets, who are not the best team on paper on their best day, missing Zach Werenski, Patrick Laine, Boone Jenner, Jack Roslovic, Adam Boqvist, Sean Corrali. Like, the list of injuries is pretty long and detailed.
That's the trap game
for Pascal Vincent's Columbus Blue Jackets.
Third game against Columbus in 15 days. But it hasn't been the greatest for the Maple Leafs against the opponents that are not at the top of the standings. But a good opportunity to turn that around after a tough one against Ottawa a couple days ago. There's no excuses for having too much turkey, having too much baked brie. You're back in the saddle in a big one tonight because you face the Carolina Hurricanes tomorrow on home ice. So tonight feels like a must-win for the Maple Leafs, feels like a must-win for Ilya Samsonov. There's a lot of stakes for December 29th.
Yeah, and we could just boil it down to another 2 points available against a team that you should be better than. The Maple Leafs had a lot of trouble this season. Have had a lot of trouble this season against teams in which they need to beat. Columbus is one of them. 2-1 is acceptable, I suppose, if they can get the 2 points tonight.
All right, Joe Bowen and Jim Ralph will have the call of the first period after the break. You're listening to Molson Leafs Hockey on Sportsnet 590, The Fan, and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Every fantasy football player has a date with destiny, and your time is now. It's Championship Week on SiriusXM Fantasy Sports Radio. Listen and dominate your competition with expert analysis from a fantasy perspective.
Don't just think of it through the lens of your own team. Think about who are the teams I'm going to be playing. Can I prevent their rosters from getting better?
Go home a champion or just go home. The Fantasy Football Playoffs.
This time of the year, I want upside.
Fantasy Sports Radio, Channel 87, and on the SiriusXM app.
24/7 hockey talk.
One of the greatest goaltenders of all time, Patrick Roy. When you put your hands up, did you know at that moment that you were done?
No, I did not. Unfortunately, it happened. Just gave me a chance to have a fresh start somewhere else and be traded to Colorado was a good opportunity. Sometimes you need that little, change, and it was welcome for me.
SiriusXM NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91, and on your schedule with the SiriusXM app. The Point with Boomer Gordon.
18 months ago, I had New Flyers head coach John Tortorella. And I asked him what he was worried about the club, and he said, I don't like the room. We have a bad room. And I'm like, you haven't even coached this team yet. A year and a half later, John Tortorella loves his room. He loves this team, and he loves that they compete every night.
Point with Boomer Gordon. 1 p.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91, and the SiriusXM app. Under review.
And if someone says, well, he's good in the room, you know what? They don't have a good in the room stat in the standings. I've yet to find that category. It's one of the most overplayed things. They better be good in the room. That's the least you better bring when you join a National Hockey League team.
Under review with Mick Kerr. 11 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91, and the SiriusXM app.
Hey Toronto, I'm David Morsuti, host of the daily Toronto Maple Leafs podcast, Locked On Leafs, part of the Locked On Podcast Network on the SiriusXM app. Every weekday, we bring you the latest Leafs news and analysis, break down all the action, including this game you're listening to right now, and preview the next one. We're giving you everything a Leafs fan could want, all in a daily 30-minute podcast. Download Locked On Leafs right now on the SiriusXM app, available with all trials and popular plans, or where you get your podcasts. Search Locked On Leafs.
If you're a soccer fan, you know that this music means one thing. The Champions League is on SiriusXM FC.
Hat-trick for Erling Haaland. Kane scores!
The top teams from around Europe are battling for club soccer's holy grail.
Real Madrid do what they do best. What a start for Inter.
Hear all the top Champions League matches all tournament long on SiriusXM FC 157 and streaming on the SiriusXM app.
Join me, Gord Stellick, and Scott Laughlin as we recap the night that was on NHL Morning Skate, weekday mornings at 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91.
The biggest names in the game.
Trying to get behind Ristolainen, walks in, put it between his legs, shoots it, scores!
NHL play-by-play on SiriusXM.
Hi, this is Ray Hudson, and for all the biggest matches from club soccer's holy grail, the UEFA Champions League, tune in to SiriusXM FC 157.
The best hockey lives here.
Burns gets it back, stick handles to the backhand, moves in front, score!
NHL play-by-play on SiriusXM.
Leafs Radio Network.
The Leafs visit the Columbus Blue Jackets once again. Seems like it was just yesterday, but they are in Columbus to finish off the season series. And the goalers between the polars tonight are brought to you by Superior Door and Gate Systems, Canada's top choice for automatic doors and security gates, security fencing, and bollards. Because security can only be measured by what will save you. It is Ilya Samsonov getting the call in goal for the Toronto Maple Leafs. He has a record of 5-2-5, but he is a troubled individual trying to get his game back under control. 3.79 the goals against average, 8.71 the save percentage. Elvis Merlikins is in goal for Columbus, 7-8-6. 3.20, 907 is the save percentage. And a welcome addition to the Maple Leaf defense corps. Back into the lineup after injuring a finger is Mark Giordano. We're underway, and we're glad you're along with us from the Nationwide Arena down in Columbus, Ohio, as it's cleared down into the Toronto zone as the Leafs defend the goal to our right, and the Blue Jackets to the left. A centering effort there by Marchenko was blocked. And now it is Bertuzzi sending a long lead pass for Nylander. Nylander gets down into the right wing corner, but had it knocked off his stick. Puck comes around to Severson, who gets it ahead. Marchenko comes to center. It's a Lone Ranger rush, and he can't get in over the blue line cleanly. And the Leafs' Bertuzzi has it back in his own end. Got it ahead, and Matthews over the boards. Now to Benoit. Benoit on the left wing side. Goes to the side of the goal. Looked to try and throw it up along the goal line and up into the top, and came very close.
There was some room there. He had Auston Matthews driving to the net, taking a couple of Blue Jackets with him. And Benoit right from the goal line, and there is room. Merzlikins, I think, already cheating to the middle. He was squared up to the middle of the ice when Benoit let it go from the goal line to his right.
The reverse VH, Mr. Ralph.
I don't even know what a VH is.
It's a drink.
It's the opposite.
Yeah, it's a drink, and it can, it's like a cocktail. Played down into the Toronto zone, and the Leafs go back as Samsonov plays it around the boards, and McCabe will get it ahead, and Matthews tipped it out at center, but Nyes couldn't come up with it. Marner into the forecheck as the puck comes up on the wing for Gudbranson. Gudbranson finds Johnny Gaudreau. Gaudreau dropping it off. Brought through center ice now by Bemstrom. He hits the line with a shot. First save made by Samsonov, and it's a good one. It's an easy one, and he's able to cover up on it. And it's well documented that all of this is not technique. It's not injury. It's not unable to do things. It is literally between the young man's ears.
And that's the hardest thing to fix. Because obviously you can talk about doing the right things and working hard in practice and everything else, but it's that split-second decision-making on the ice that has got to improve for him.
Blue Jackets at center ice. Andrew Peake sends it down into the Toronto zone. Around on the boards to the far side. Liljegren gets it around to Giordano. And Mark Giordano finds Liljegren into the far corner again. And a lead pass comes out into the center ice area. But it is Columbus who own it. Lots of Leaf fans in attendance. A nice easy drive down to Columbus. And they are all there to enjoy the match as Provorov is back in his own zone.
I was going to say, it's been a while since Liljegren and Giordano have been in the lineup at the same time.
Played out at center ice off the stick of, I thought that was going to be offside, but it wasn't. It's brought back out. Now Roslovic, who is into the lineup for the Blue Jackets after being on the injured list. Played it around the boards. Riley gets it up on the wing and gets it out at center ice. And then the puck is stolen by Camp. Now to Gregor, but he couldn't return the favor as Camp was going right to the front of the net. I don't think the Blue Jacket player realized Camp was right behind him. Leafs with it in their own zone. Rink-wide pass. Deflects down on goal. And Merzlikins will leave it back in the net. Brought forward by Damon Severson. He runs into traffic. Pass in front of the net by Tavares was blocked. And it is launched high back down into the zone. And Benoit has to get on his horse and then got tied up there by Voronkov. And now the puck back of the Toronto goal is taken to the boards by McCabe, and the Leafs are going to get it off the glass and get it out at center. Bertuzzi unable to block it, clearing attempt. And the Blue Jackets send it back in over the line. 3.5 minutes into the first period. No score. Shot from the point. Blocked there as Giordano stepped into one. The feed comes back the other way. Danforth racing, but it's going to turn into an icing, and it'll be brought back. We can tell you that Killen McNamara and Brandon Gollitz are the linesmen. Francis Salaron and Corey Savret are the referees this evening.
Giordano, blast from the left point, doesn't get through. Only goal of the season came in Nashville. At that time, gave the Leafs a 2-0 lead. And we see Fantilli has just gone to the dressing room for the Columbus Blue Jackets. That looks like it's equipment.
Yeah, I was going to say. Here's Riley off a face-off win. Shot went off the blocker of Merzlikins up into the screen out of play. Face-off coming back. Start of a back-to-back for the Maple Leafs. The Carolina Hurricanes in town tomorrow night at the here at Scotiabank Arena. And so the Leafs have a busy weekend before the new year is rung in.
And it's California.
Face-off won by Matthews. Back to the point. Riley banking it along the boards. Marner tipped it back at the net. Nyes couldn't come up with it. Played off the boards. Chopped at by Matthews. Swung back in deep again. Nyes in pursuit. And the puck comes up on the wing. And now here are the Blue Jackets organizing in their own end. Brought out at center ice. Gaudreau gets to the line and in on the right side. Swerves back towards the blue line. Taken down by Nyes. Puck goes free now to Marner. One man back as it's dropped to Morgan Riley. In on goal. They score! Marner coming in off the right wing. Riley sending it into the goal crease. And the tip by Mitch Marner has the Maple Leafs out in front 1-0.
Johnny Gaudreau with a long stare at the officials. He had an end-to-end rush, which ended when he tried to curl back in the Leaf zone and feels he was tripped by Matthew Nyes. Loose puck went to Morgan Riley, and the Leafs on an odd man rush the other way. And this goes off a skate. I thought it was Nyes that took the Riley pass, Joe, and deflected it back, but it went off his skate.
Off the skate, I believe, of Jake Bean of the
instead of finding Matthew Nyes on the left wing side, it bounced back to the right wing side, right onto the tape of Mitch Marner. Marner taps it in, and the Leafs have a 1-0 lead.
14th of the year for Mitchell Marner, and the Maple Leafs own a 1-0 advantage as it comes back to the point. Another shot deflects wide back to Giordano on the left wing. He tried to get it in front, but it went off a defenseman into the corner. And now the Blue Jackets are able to muscle it out at center ice. Shot in by Cole Sillinger. And that's into the glove of Ilya Samsonov, and he's going to hold on for a face-off in the Toronto zone. For Morgan Riley, that's point number 25 on the season, 21 assists. Marner now with 37 points, 14 of which are goals.
Morgan Riley might be kind of the untold story of the season for the Leafs. I mean, certainly the goals against have been up and the problems in goal. But Morgan Riley has been dynamite at both ends of the ice.
Sure has. Puck goes to McMahon, back of the net. The pass for Benoit was out of his reach. He was in fairly deep. and couldn't control it. The Leafs have to go back to their own zone. Played in by David Kampf into the far corner. McMahon pressures his man to get back at the net. Gregor is there to dislodge it momentarily along the boards back into the corner. Poked out in front of the net, grabbed off by Roslovic, and the native of Columbus, Ohio, gets it down into the Toronto end. McCabe punching it along the boards. It's kept in momentarily, but the Leafs now with an avenue to get it out, and it's going to be offside as it was partially touched right at the blue line, and Noah Gregor was offside when he ended up getting the puck. 14:31 to go here in the first period, and the Maple Leafs with a 1-0 lead.
Well, pretty well documented that the Leafs record against Columbus, Chicago, Ottawa, and Buffalo, all near the bottom of the National Hockey League standings, 2 wins in 9 games. And I think the key to this one, and most of them, just don't get outworked. You're still going to lose the odd game here, and certainly they could have ended up in the win column in the game against Ottawa. Connor Bertuzzi scored 1, but he had a couple other great chances from the blue paint that wouldn't go.
Played down into the Columbus zone. Blue Jackets against the boards. Nylander stole it but couldn't get it in front. Gets it again. Now he's around back of the net and was hooked and taken down. So it looks like the non-calls are at least even up there. Now Riley back to the point. Brody Holes sends it to the net. That deflected wide and is scooped into the corner by Merzlikins. Leafs have it again, only to have it turned over. And then Tavares can't keep it up, and it is brought to center and brought into the Toronto zone. Played off a stick, and it's going to clear the glass and go out of play, and a face-off will come in the Toronto end as Mitch Marner has opened the scoring, and the Maple Leafs lead by a score of 1-0. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
What's up, Leafs fans? Another awesome night here on TSI. Thank you to each and every one of you for hanging out with us. Please don't forget to hit that like button, as it helps bring more Leafs fans into the chat. The more the better. A big shout out to our insiders and VIP members. Your support is truly appreciated. I cannot explain to you what it means for this community. Please consider joining our community. It's only 99 cents a month. I made it as low as possible so that we can get more and more people joining our community. Awesome member exclusive emojis in the chat during these Leafs games, and add your name to the scroll down below. Anyways, enough of the necessary evils to keep growing this amazing Toronto sports community and Maple Leafs community. Back to Leafs hockey. Go Leafs go. I'll see you guys in the chat. Peace.
And the SiriusXM app. The Power Play with Steve Koulias.
Not only is Sidney Crosby one of the greatest, probably top 5 NHL players of all time, and there's some non-hockey people in Pittsburgh that don't want to hear this, he's as good and as important as anyone who's ever played for the Pittsburgh Steelers. Whether you want to understand that or not, put that in your pipe and smoke it.
The Power Play. Weekdays 3 p.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91, and the SiriusXM app.
Join me, Gord Stellick, and Scott Laughlin as we recap the night that was on NHL Morning Skate, weekday mornings at 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91.
Radio Network.
First period presented by Bet365. Visit the app for the latest odds and find out why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Must be 19 plus. Ontario only. Play responsibly. Morgan Riley gets the lone assist on the goal. Puck down in the Toronto zone. Pinched in. A weak shot taken there by Eric Gudbranson. Handled easily by Samsonov. Zach Werenski not in the lineup for the Columbus Blue Jackets. He was injured, and he is one of 2 defensemen currently leading their team in scoring. The other is Vince Dunn of Seattle. So the offense, which has been hit hard by injuries in Columbus, has a defenseman currently leading them in points.
Even Blue Jenner, who's been out for a while, their captain, is still tied for the lead in goals scored for the Blue Jackets.
Kept down in the Columbus zone by McCabe. Swung it into the corner. Marner back to the point. The one-timer by Matthews. Knocked down Fantilli, who blocked the shot. He seems to be all right as he gets back as it's cleared off a glove down into the Toronto end. Quickly played back at center. In comes Nyes, dropping for Matthews. Good save made there by Merzlikins as Nye set up Matthews right in the slot.
Well, you can tell Matthew Nyes has a little jump tonight, doesn't he? Back on the back check. Take the puck away from Johnny Gaudreau. Was in on the rush that led to the Mitch Marner goal.
Now another turnover, and it's Domi working in on the left wing. He goes right to the net and backhand, and that was stopped by Merzlikins. Kept alive by Robertson. Back to the point it comes Giordano. Giordano again to Liljegren. Liljegren back into Giordano. Centering pass. Oh, and that went off the stick of Robertson and out at center ice. Back in come the Maple Leafs with Domi. Domi looking in front, goes back in now. A jam play at the goal crease, and it's knocked back to the point. Good pressure from the Maple Leafs. Liljegren with it once more. Pass, though, intercepted, and finally cleared out and down the ice. And an icing call coming here against Columbus. Robertson had a great chance, and I don't know if he was looking early to see where he was going to pass it or not, but didn't happen.
No, and for Nick Robertson, he's one of the guys. I realize he's not getting 18 to 20 minutes a night, so I think you have to be realistic when it comes to the point production. But for Robertson, he hasn't scored since November the 24th in Chicago. So over a month. And you can see there, it's the one thing about not being the goaltender. You can struggle, and not a lot of people are going to take notice until they start delving into the stats.
Played in over the line by Tavares, but knocked away by Columbus to get it out at center. Nice move in over the line. A shot deflects wide of the goal and knocked into the corner by Riley. Chopped ahead by the Maple Leafs to center, and Nylander is there. In across the line. Holds up, tries to backhand it in a little deeper. That was blocked. And then the Blue Jackets break it out 2-on-2. In across the line. A pass back in now looking for Chinakhov, and that didn't work. And the Maple Leafs have it again. Shots on goal, 5-1 in favor of the Maple Leafs. And they lead 1-0. Jake Bean getting it out and down the ice. And another icing coming here against the Blue Jackets.
When you know that coming into this game, Columbus would be well aware of the struggles of Ilya Samsonov. And you would think the mentality would be shoot from everywhere. Columbus really in the first half of this period have not had much control in the offensive zone. I mean, there hasn't been one shift where the Leafs have been back on their heels.
11:01 left to play. First period, 1-0 Toronto. Draw one by the Leafs. Liljegren to the right wing boards, flips it around the wall to the near corner. McMahon couldn't get there and is pushed out at center, and another foot race, but it's going to be won by Columbus, so there's no icing. Roslovic getting it back to the point. Near side now for Gabranson, and a long shot seen all the way by Samsonov, and he gloves that even though it was going wide. And there'll be a face-off again in the Toronto end.
I know the confidence is still going to be a little fragile, but you kind of like the body language of that save, don't you? Over, snap it up, hold it. There was no jitter. There wasn't a bad rebound. No hesitation from Samsonov.
No. How do the players respond to this? How do the players themselves now think?
Well, I think body language is huge. But like we said, I mean, the
icing call coming here against. Oh no, waved off. It's going to be held. Okay, sorry, Jimmy.
No, I don't think anybody else knew it was waved off either, as it was eventually
how do the players react to Samsonov? Do they rally and vocally, or leave them alone, let him get kind of settled?
Yeah, leave them alone. You know, and most goalies, they know what everybody has seen. They know, and the goalies know what the stats are. Goalies aren't the guy that's doing 70 in the fast lane on the 401. They know they know that things aren't going well. They don't need to be told. They don't need to be criticized. So I think for the most part, let them prepare, leave them alone, and play hard for them.
Now, and what you don't need is some smart-ass forward to come up and tell you what he thinks you're doing wrong.
Yeah. Yeah.
As the shot is swallowed up by Merzlikins. And your line would be, oh, really? Yeah. Played a lot of this in your minor league, did you? When you were 6?
Yeah, I don't know if that's a regular occurrence. I think there might be the odd forward that might say something after you've already screwed up.
Yeah.
Not what you did wrong, but
no,
your body of work as a whole.
Yep.
I think.
Face off in the Columbus zone, won by the Blue Jackets. Punched along the boards. Morgan Riley kept it in, tried to find Nyes in front of the goal. Nyes works the far boards, and it comes loose, and now Columbus will send it through center, only to have Riley send it right back, and Matthews to wire it right back into the zone. Down after it is Marner. The puck came free, chipped in front of the net by Matthews, but grabbed off now by Columbus and played off the boards and out at center ice and down into Toronto territory, where McCabe is back to settle things down. McCabe steps around the forecheck, gets to center, plays it in on the right side. Long shot goes wide, and it was going wide until Merzlikins stuck the glove out on the shot by Calle Järnkrok, and it'll be a face-off coming into Columbus territory when we return. Marner from Riley at 4:14, 1-0 Toronto. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on Sportsnet 590, The Fan and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Every year, fans debate over the draft. Who's going first? At Chuck's, they already know. The top draft choice is that icy cold 18-ounce Molson Canadian you're holding, and it's just $4 at Chuck's during Leafs games. No wonder that at draft time, Canadians are always in high demand. Chuck's Roadhouse Bar and Grill. Food the way it ought to be. Price the way it used to be.
There are many peculiar words in the English language. Words like salivigant, peregrinate, nemophilus, peripatetic, and conviviality. Yet, there is no word for getting the most out of winter in your Subaru, thanks to symmetrical full-time all-wheel drive and X-Mode. Until now. We call it unhibernate, as in while your neighbors stay home, you'll be unhibernating all winter in your Subaru. So peregrinate to your local Subaru dealer today, and welcome to uncommon winter confidence.
And a truck with 2 men, and a truck with 2 men, and a truck with 2 men, and a truck. Think 2 men and a truck, 2 men and a truck.ca. So when you gotta move, all moving day. Think 2 men and a truck, 2 men and a truck.ca. Cause all of us movers are not the same. So that's our company name, 2 men and a truck.ca. We're lots of men with lots of trucks. So give us a call today.
You're listening to Toronto Maple Leafs hockey.
They score! Holy mackerel, they score!
On Sportsnet 590, The Fan and the Leafs Radio Network.
1-0 Toronto, 9:35 left to play in the first period.
Well, the Leafs wanted to do, as Sheldon said, we've got to protect Ilya Samsonov better. Well, one shot in the first 10 minutes and 20 seconds is a good start, isn't it?
Yeah.
And a lead.
And a lead. Brought out at center by Bemstrom. Shot down into the Toronto zone, but it clears the glass again.
This is one of those games, again, that you feel that, and then the Leafs did do it the last game they played in Columbus before Christmas, was they controlled the game well. Even though it was 2-1 in the third period, they got a big shorthanded goal from Willie Nylander, but they controlled the game. You never felt like they were in trouble of giving it up. And so far, so good in this one.
Played in by Giordano down into Columbus territory. Blue Jackets back there. Järnkrok couldn't get a stick on it. Giordano has pinched down the wall to keep it alive. It goes back at the net again, and one of the Leafs has broken a stick.
That was Järnkrok.
And it's brought out at center ice now by Jake Bean. Bean trying to play it to the line. Drops it off on the wing to Johnson. Johnson got it down into the corner again. Knocked down on the play was Bean. The puck goes around back of the Toronto goal. Liljegren is upended or lost an edge, I guess. No penalty. The puck comes back to Bean now in the slot, and the shot scores. Cole Sillinger on a bad break there, and I don't know what Liljegren did to trip himself.
He was just trying to turn up the ice after taking the puck in behind the Leaf net.
Yeah, just hit a rut.
And then it was the mad scramble in front, and with some traffic in front, Sillinger finds the puck on his stick in the high slot and snaps at blocker's side and Ilya Samsonov. So the second shot of the game for Columbus, they have tied things. And Joe, this catches a lot of the net. I mean, this is about 3 feet inside the post, maybe under the arm of Samsonov.
Sorry, Jimmy.
Is this enough to give the Blue Jackets some life?
Fourth of the year for Columbus. Puck comes back to the blue line. Here's a shot from the point. Samsonov was searching for it there as it went wide and back of the goal. two of us just looked at one another and said, played back down into the Columbus end. Along the boards, Juracek trying to get it up on the wall. Had it blocked. It comes to the line. Riley kept it in momentarily, but now a long lead pass on the right wing and a shot taken well wide of the Leaf goal. Brody. A pass out at center finds Tavares. Tavares left it for Riley. The Leafs were changing. Riley didn't get the puck in deep. And Peak has it now in front of his own goal in the Columbus end. Blue Jackets have changed. Provorov holding off. Now starts up. Through center. It'll be shot into the Toronto end. Bounces around the boards to the near side. Riley couldn't get it. Back to Peak at the point. Goes D to D. Now into the slot. And a shot deflects off a body taken there by Roslovic. Leafs with control and a bank pass out at center. Going to be brought to the line and in on the right side. Marner pulls up. Holds at the far side. Got it back to the blue line. Then restored it himself. In on the wing for Matthews. His shot scores! Auston Matthews from almost the dot on the right wing side has beaten Merzlikins, and the Maple Leafs restore the lead 2-1. And for the leading goal scorer in the National Ice Hockey League, that is number 29.
Boy, but Mitch Marner does the video game rush down the right wing boards, tries to bit it back to the point, goes off his skate, gets it back, finds Auston Matthews down low to his right, and Matthews walks out from the right wing boards, a little toe drag back to the face-off dot, and snaps it short side on Merzlikins to give the Leafs their second lead of the period.
29 goals. Brock Besser and Kucherov have 24. Sam Reinhart has 21. And he scores in bunches, as we know. The puck to the side of the goal in the Leaf end is covered up by Samsonov. And that shot is just
way too early in his career to start talking about what his totals could be by the time he retires. But when you see he is ahead of Alexander Ovechkin's pace, it is absolutely mind-boggling.
And he's also on pace to be a 70-goal scorer this year. And we haven't had one since 92-93.
When we had two, yeah. Alexander McGillney and Teemu Selanne. Teemu Selanne, it was his rookie year. I mean, that's incredible on its own.
I'll never forget the throw the glove up and shoot it with your stick celebration. That was
before Sellies became Sellies, right? That was just, usually they were done more out of emotion than planned, like a lot of players are accused of now.
Shot into the side of the goal. Leafs Riley around back of the net. Sidesteps one. Chopped it off the boards, but it was blocked. Brody helps out, gets it freed up, and Riley has it again. Up on the wing, and the Leafs are going to bounce it down into Columbus territory. Off the boards to center. Brought in over the line by Fantilli. He stops up. Tried to play it into the far side. That went too far, and the Leafs' Gregor starts away at center. He's in across the line. Got a weak shot away that went wide of the net. It goes back of the goal. Played up on the left wing. Gregor after it, and it is swept back in around back of the net. Domi couldn't come up with it. Now the Leafs pinch to keep it alive. Here's Yarncrook working back along the far boards. Back for Domi at the side of the net. Back to Yarncrook. And a shot right on, and Merzlikins had to be quick to come off that post and get out and take the angle away, as the shot taken there almost beat him. Leafs with a 2-1 lead. 5:54 to play, first period. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
As we say goodbye to 2023, toast your favorite NFL team for all the excitement and cheer they bring you throughout the year.
Happy New Year! This is Steve Torrey. Join Bill Leckus and me for a New Year's Eve edition of the Sunday Drive at noon Eastern for live listen-ins, guests, and playoff scenarios around the NFL.
Pumps once, throws, end zone, caught!
close out 2023 with a bang, so join us on the Sunday Drive at noon Eastern on NFL Radio, Channel 88, and the Sirius XM app.
The best player analysts and insiders live on NHL Network Radio. Mike Johnson.
5-on-5 defensive game for Tampa is getting to the point, Gord, where it is a concern. And it's not just because Vasilevsky hasn't played the entire season. They're giving up almost 4 goals a game. No matter how good your offense is, that's not going to be able to be sustainable.
Get the latest opinion and analysis you need on the home of hockey, NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app. The Power Play with Steve Kouleas.
Not only is Sidney Crosby one of the greatest, probably top 5 NHL players of all time, and there's some non-hockey people in Pittsburgh that don't want to hear this, he's as good and as important as anyone who's ever played for the Pittsburgh Steelers. Whether you want to understand that or not, put that in your pipe and smoke it.
The Power Play, weekdays 3 p.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app.
Join me, Gord Stellick, and Scott Laughlin as we recap the night that was on NHL Morning Skate, weekday mornings at 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91.
Leafs Radio Network.
The plus minuses of some of the Columbus Blue Jackets are taking a hit, and Johnny Gaudreau on the ice for the last goal, minus 15. Provorov, minus 11. Fantilli, minus 11. They have had difficulties defending a lot, and
yet hard to believe they're among the league leaders in scoring 5-on-5. I mean, that's just blows you away.
Beats
certain
the purpose
stats
of the exercise, though, doesn't it? We get a whistle here in the center ice area.
They're second in 5-on-5 goals with 83. Now, with the 5-on-5 goal they scored in the first period, Vancouver Canucks lead the league with 89 5-on-5 goals. But you're right, they're second last in goals against, so I guess you try to look at some of the positives. Obviously, now with Zach Werenski out of the lineup, that's going to hurt. That's an average of 24 minutes a night. You're going to miss by one of the top defensemen in the league. By the way, the 3rd highest paid defenseman in the National Hockey League.
Played down into the Columbus zone. Pushed up on the right wing side for Roslovic. Oh, he was stood up there by a Benoit hit. The puck down in the Toronto end. Scooped across the goal crease to the far boards. Pushed back by Voronkov to the blue line. Long shot was wide. And Benoit, trying to play it off the boards, gets it out at center ice. Simon Benoit has provided some scouting that has to be done with the Maple Leafs. He will stand up and he will drill you if you aren't paying attention. Pass to the side of the goal. Nylander couldn't knock it down. Tried to get it out in front. He did, but it went right by everybody. And it's rolling on edge down into the Toronto zone. Morgan Riley with a heads up. Tried to make a play that struck the official. Now he's battling against 2 of the Blue Jackets, and it comes in front of the net, and a shot was blocked before it reached the net. Matthews may have done the blocking, and now he's doing the carrying. In across the line, works to the right wing side, gets a little more room to find Giordano with a shot in traffic, and that just missed on the far side, and it is caromed all the way out and down the ice. Liljegren back to retrieve it. To Giordano, rink wide to find Matthews down the right wing, makes a little move, drops it back for Marner, and his one-timer went wide. Giordano keeping it in for Matthews, down into the corner for Marner, had it knocked off his stick, now knocked down on the play there from Provorov, and it is grabbed off with 3:54 to go in the first period and brought to center ice by Andrew Peeke. He ran into a traffic jam right in front of the Leaf bench. Leafs trying to get a change going. Cross the line for Texier. Tried to play it in front of the net. He was bodied, and the puck is squirted to center ice. A race for it with Bobby McMahon getting around the defense. He's in a goal! Oh, and he snapped it over top of the net. It may have grazed the crossbar and off the glass.
Big rebound off the glass as well. I mean, it rolled right back out in front of the net.
Noah Gregor will launch it down back into the Columbus zone. Sillinger missed a hit there from McMahon. Brought out at center ice now by Columbus. 3-on-2 rush. Drop pass coming in on the slot. Sillinger's shot was blocked. Leafs come away with the rebound. McMahon ahead for Gregor. Gregor in with a long shot. Blockered away nicely there by Merzlikins. Played into the slot area. Leafs get it back to the point. Change coming. Long shot by Brody went drifting wide of the goal and played back to the net. And the Blue Jackets will try to organize here. The Leafs 2, the Blue Jackets 1. And the rest of the Jackets finally arriving on this. That was the slowest change I think I've ever seen. Now they bring it out at center, but can't get across the red line cleanly. Now backhanded into the Toronto end. Yarncrook sweeping it around for Riley. Pushed up on the wall. Pinching is Gudbranson to keep it in. Puck along the boards. Back to Gudbranson at the right point. And a whistle here.
I think Columbus, an interference penalty is coming. Blue Jackets were in great position to deliver the puck to the net when the whistle went.
Number 10, 2 interference.
Petechche gonna go?
No, I think it's
Voronkov.
Yep.
Before that, Bobby McMahon had a great solo dash down the left wing, drove it to the net and missed, but the Leafs will go on their first power play of the night. How about this, though, Joe? Auston Matthews, this is his 15th career game against the Columbus Blue Jackets, has 13 goals. Mitch Marner, 19th game against the Blue Jackets, now has 26 points in those games, and an opportunity for both of them to build on those stats here.
Marner with a pair of points in the first period, a goal and an assist. Matthews with goal number 29. Iced by Columbus. Riley starts out. Going to work up on the right side and then drop it back. Brought on by Marner. He hits the line. Tries to flip in on the right side. Nylander back to Marner. Centering pass. Shot by Tavares. And that hit something. I don't know if it was the goaltender or not, but it somehow stayed out of the net. Jackets send it back into their own zone to regroup and kill off some time as it's played out at center and then shot down into the Toronto zone. Samsonov leaving it there for Timothy Liljegren. He'll drop it back. Brought on at center ice by Matthews. Left wing side Tavares. Lost it at the blue line. Brought back and now trying to work with it is Texier. He had it knocked off his stick but is able to play it back into Columbus territory. And with 56 seconds left in the penalty, it's iced now by the Blue Jackets.
Well, 2 chances off the rush for the Leafs in the power play, but that's been it. Not much time to set up, not much space.
Brought out of the Toronto zone now to center by Domi. Up on the left wing for Robertson. Rung around the boards to the far side. Bertuzzi is able to play it back to the point. They set it up. Robertson left wing side. Top of the circle. Now gets it back to the blue line. Liljegren fakes the shot. One-timer on the far side by Yarncrook went wide. Here's Robertson again. Back to the blue line to Liljegren. Back to Robertson. Robertson closes down low. Finds his man. Gets it back again. Pass back to the point. Liljegren, far side. Yarncrook holding. Back saucers to Liljegren. Far side once more. A pass in. Deflects. And it's going to go high into the screen and go out of play with a face-off coming with 25.7 seconds remaining in the period. And the Leafs with a 2-1 lead. I guess Tavares' shot went off of Merzlikins' shoulder, didn't it?
Yeah, I mean, this was a great setup. Merzlikins, though, comes over, squares up, and pushes out to cut the angle down on John Tavares. If he stays back on the goal line, I think this finds the net.
6 seconds left in the power play. Leafs are able to keep it in momentarily. It goes into the far corner as the penalty expires. Provorov getting it out into neutral ice. 13 seconds left. Little tidy work here. Will gain a lead at the end of the first as a bouncing puck goes in wide of the Columbus goal. One last opportunity to chase, and now time will run. I didn't get the out in fast enough, and the horn didn't time that.
We've been working together long enough.
Yeah, very disappointed.
I was going to finish your sentence there.
Oh,
I know what you were going to say.
Yeah?
Time will run out.
Really?
But by the way, good news is Leafs have a 2-1 lead after the first period.
I was going to say that.
Bad news. Ilya Samsonov's save percentage went down. Just 1 of 4. Or stopped 3 of 4 in the opening period. So the 750. But there were things that we liked about his game. You got the giveaway that ends up finding the back of the net. Remember the point shot that he scooped up?
No, but
We like that.
the Liljegren blowing a tire is what really set it up with behind the net. Anyway, all right. We will step aside. The Leafs with a 2-1 lead. Eilish Forfire and Justin Cuthbert coming along. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
The college football playoff semifinals are on Sirius XM. Monday at 5 Eastern, a pair of perennial powerhouses square off in the Rose Bowl as Alabama faces undefeated Michigan.
To the end zone! Touchdown! J.J. McCarthy! Touchdown! Wolverines!
Then at 8:45, it's Texas and Washington in the Sugar Bowl.
QB sneak, he's in. Touchdown, Michael Penix.
Hear the national broadcast on Sirius XM Channel 80. Catch the hometown calls on Channel 82 and 84 or listen on the Sirius XM app.
The best player analysts and insiders live on NHL Network Radio. Mike Johnson.
5-on-5 defensive game for Tampa is getting to the point, Gord, where it is a concern. And it's not just because Vasilevsky hasn't played the entire season. They're giving up almost 4 goals a game. No matter how good your offense is, that's not going to be able to be sustainable.
Get the latest opinion and analysis you need on the home of hockey, NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app. The Power Play with Steve Koulias.
Not only is Sidney Crosby one of the greatest, probably top 5 NHL players of all time, and there's some non-hockey people in Pittsburgh that don't want to hear this, he's as good and as important as anyone who's ever played for the Pittsburgh Steelers. Whether you want to understand that or not, put that in your pipe and smoke it.
The Power Play, weekdays 3 p.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app.
24/7 hockey talk.
One of the greatest goaltenders of all time. Patrick Waugh, when you put your hands up, did you know at that moment that you were done?
No, I did not. Unfortunately, it happened. Just gave me a chance to have a fresh start somewhere else and be traded to Colorado. It was a good opportunity. Sometimes you need that little, change, and it was welcome for me.
Sirius XM, NHL Network Radio. Sirius XM 91. And on your schedule with the Sirius XM app. The Point with Boomer Gordon.
18 months ago, I had new Flyers head coach John Tortorella. And I asked him what he was worried about the club, and he said, I don't like the room. We have a bad room. And I'm like, you haven't even coached this team yet. A year and a half later, John Tortorella loves his room. He loves this team, and he loves that they compete every night.
Points with Boomer Gordon. 1 p.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app.
If you're a soccer fan, you know that this music means one thing. The Champions League is on Sirius XM FC.
Patrick for Erling Haaland. Kane scores.
The top teams from around Europe are battling for club soccer's holy grail.
Real Madrid do what they do best. What a start for Inter.
Hear all the top Champions League matches all tournament long on Sirius XM FC 157 and streaming on the Sirius XM app.
Under review.
And if someone says, well, he's good in the room, you know what? They don't have a good in the room stat in the standings. I've yet to find that category. It's one of the most overplayed things. They better be good in the room. That's the least you better bring when you join a National Hockey League team.
Under review with Mick Kern, 11 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app.
The biggest names in the game.
Trying to get behind Ristolainen. Walks in. Put it between his legs. Shoots it. Scores.
NHL play-by-play on Sirius XM.
Radio Network.
Marner pulls up. Pulls at the far side. Got it back to the blue line. Then restored it himself. In on the wing for Matthews. His shot scores. Auston Matthews from almost a dot on the right wing side has beaten Merzlikins, and the Maple Leafs restore the lead 2-1. And for the leading goal scorer in the National Ice Hockey League, that is number 29.
Welcome back to Molson Leafs Hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Maple Leafs Radio Network. Eilish Forfire and Justin Cuthbert here for your intermissions and postgame. Maple Leafs with a 2-1 victory of the first period.
Victory of the first period,
against the
yes.
Columbus Blue Jackets. And only 4 shots for Samsonov, but he was the main eyes for us. And he didn't get tested too much.
Yeah, no, he wasn't tested all that much. He did look far more comfortable in the limited shots that he did take. So I do think you can take some positives from that first period. Samsonov being, the primary, source of consternation coming in. But yeah, I think everything was a little bit more comfortable in front of Samsonov, and Samsonov looked a little bit more comfortable. And that was the main thing. That was the main point of intrigue coming in, was what was this going to look like, because it had looked so poor, so amateurish on the last couple starts for Samsonov before this one. So that was at least something that you can, feel a little bit more positive about.
I think it really helps getting the first goal of the game, of course. Marner with a little bit of a fortunate bounce that gets an opportunity to put the puck in the open net. But the Leafs had tilted the ice. At that point, it was almost halfway through the first period. Samsonov only had one shot in 10 minutes. You have a 1-0 lead. You could start to maybe breathe a little bit easier in the crease. And then Cole Sillinger has a pretty good shot through traffic. You can't put that one on Ilya Samsonov.
Yeah, and Lugan blows the tire.
Yeah,
and if it wasn't for that, it might have been not a perfect defensive period by any means, but a really, really good one where you didn't really give up much. But the Lugan gaff did result in a pretty good shot and a scoring chance, and not something that you're going to slam Samsonov for.
No, definitely not. But the guy that's been the story of the Maple Leafs in a positive way has been Auston Matthews. He gets his 29th goal of the season, and we talked about this in the pregame. He had the opportunity to do something that only 4 Leafs had done before, which was to become a 15 goals in a month Maple Leaf, and he did that today. So Rick Vaive, Auston Matthews, Frank Mahovlich, and Babe Dye all had, Rick Vaive had 17. So Matthews got to get 2 more, and then he can be the top of that list. But 15 goals in a single month is pretty good.
Yeah, and he's got 5 periods left to do it, 2 of which will come against the Columbus Blue Jackets. So maybe the franchise record for goals in a month isn't out of reach for Auston Matthews here in December 2023. I mean, that release, though, it just seems unfair. It seems almost implausible that no one else or a few others in the league can do what he does, because it looks so simple. It doesn't look all that difficult, but that's the special nature of Auston Matthews, is that what he does, few others can do, and he makes it look so easy.
Even the other day, I was watching Connor Bedard, who has openly said that he tried to, try to make his shot like Auston Matthews, which is crazy, because you think you grow up watching Auston Matthews. How young are you? Anyway, he's got similarities to it, but nobody has the shot, the release, the accuracy that Auston Matthews has been showing, at least this season alone. Like that one goal the other night, I know it wasn't from the crease, from the red line in the corner, and he ends up getting in there. He's on a hot streak. Everything's going in. He's finding spots. He's capitalizing on opportunities. But I mean, when you have a shot that lethal, I would be shooting all the time. I don't want to be a selfish player, but sometimes it's I'm going to put this in the net or force it through 3 players in front of the net. If I'm Auston Matthews, I'm going to shoot.
Yeah, the objective being that, you got to score more goals than the other team. I mean, there are so few guys who can take chances like that one, or to make goaltenders look pretty bad on routine-ish plays. And that wasn't a terrible goal given up by Merzlikins, because it was Auston Matthews. If it was someone else, it wouldn't be as good. But Auston Matthews beating you from range is just kind of acceptable, because that's just what happens in the NHL these days.
All right, we'll take a quick break, and on the other side, we'll go through the out-of-town scoreboard. There's been 2 candidates for best save of the year so far in the NHL, not in this game, in the NHL, and we are in the final dying days of 2023, and they might be trying to solidify their names on that. We'll give you all that next on the other side of the break. You're listening to Molson Leafs Hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
From the biggest stadiums to the coziest holes in the wall, from house parties to porch hangs to pride celebrations, from your favorite fuzz shop to your local Indian spot, from noodle bars to sports bars to salsa bars, there's a Molson with your name on it. Canadian Ultra XL. Molson. Everyone in. Must be legal drinking age.
NHL All-Star Thursday is coming to Toronto.
with 3 exciting events in one star-filled night. First, celebrity captains select their teams in the Tim Hortons NHL All-Star Player Draft. Then, the 1967 Stanley Cup champion Maple Leafs are honored in the NHL Alumni Man of the Year. And finally, the best in women's hockey compete in the Canadian Tire PWHL 3-on-3 Showcase. It's NHL All-Star Thursday on February 1st. Buy tickets now, starting at $44 at NHL.com/Thursday.
Unhibernate. Verb. To laugh in the face of snow because you drive a Subaru. As in, when I unhibernate, I have the roads all to myself because my Subaru has symmetrical full-time all-wheel drive and others don't. Or, the award-winning safety in my Subaru means I can unhibernate all winter while my neighbors stare longingly from their bedroom windows. Or my favorite usage, I am going to unhibernate this winter by visiting my local Subaru dealer today. Welcome to Uncommon Winter Confidence.
Think 2 men in a truck, 2 men in a truck.ca. So when you gotta move, all moving day. Think 2 men in a truck, 2 men in a truck.ca. Cause all of us movers are not the same. So that's our company name, 2 men in a truck.ca. We're lots of men with lots of trucks, so give us a call today.
Move up to Heathwood. Hi, I'm Hugh Heron. Experience a new level of luxury at Williamsburg Green. Your new single-family home will have all the modern features you dream about, even a fully finished lower level. Kitchener's newest master plan community with bike trails, parks and a new library. Williamsburg Green has it all. It's time to move up to Heathwood. Learn more at heathwood.com.
Hi, it's Catherine from Great Canadian Meat. Shopping stress? I get it. Dad wants
a motorcycle.
And Mom wants
a 4x4, please.
But if you get them what they want, it won't be a surprise. So get them the next best thing. Great Canadian Meat.
Did you get my text? I want a trip to the Bahamas.
As if. Our sweet heat beef jerky is hotter than any beach in the Bahamas. And the guy she hopes to meet there. Keep it real. Get them Great Canadian Meat from our store in Whitby or greatcanadianmeat.com.
You're listening to Toronto Maple Leafs hockey.
Got it into the slot now for Nyes, who scores!
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Leafs Radio Network.
Welcome back to Molson Leafs Hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Maple Leafs Radio Network. 2-1 lead for the Maple Leafs after 20 minutes. Let's take a look around what else is going on in the NHL. The NHL scoreboard presented by Bet365. Visit the app for the latest odds and find out why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Must be 19 plus, Ontario only. Play responsibly.
You mentioned 2 save of the year candidates, whether it be 2023 or 2023-24 season.
You gotta go look right now.
Yeah, it's either Jonathan Quick or UC Saros. And yet, both the Rangers and Predators, respectively, are down in their games. It's 1-0 Panthers, end of 1. And the Red Wings, despite Patrick Kane getting robbed by Saros in a fashion that is just glorious, the Red Wings are up 2-1 on the Predators. Elsewhere, the Devils are up 2-1 on the Senators, end of 1. And in the first period, it is scoreless, 0-0 between the Capitals and Islanders. 4 games to start later on tonight. The Stars will host the Blackhawks. The Blues will host the Avalanche. The Coyotes will visit Anaheim. And the Flyers and Kraken are the nightcap.
Yeah, those 2 goals. If you have access to Twitter or anything with highlights, go take a look because Jonathan Quick has aged backwards. And UC Saros would look
Benjamin
great.
Button.
Would look great as a Maple Leaf.
Yeah, he definitely would. And that save was unbelievable. Although I think I'll go Jonathan Quick over the Saros save because it is it is so casual and so beautiful at the same time.
Like he's just like, I'm going to throw my leg here and it happens to hit him. Saros like made this athletic dive across the crease and like he was diving into an ocean.
I think it's desperation versus desperation. One of them's just a little bit more cool under fire.
Well, they're both pretty damn good. Let's see if Ilya Samsonov can rival that in the second period. We've got that next with Joe Bowen and Jim Ralph. Maple Leafs lead 2-1. Only 4 shots so far for Ilya Samsonov. So you're thinking maybe the Blue Jackets will try to put a couple more on net to test him as he's been a little bit shaky as of late. But
yeah, he might have recovered his confidence in the first period, but he's not going to recover his save percentage, giving 1 goal up on 4 shots. So we'll see if there's more rubber that he has to deal with in the second and third period.
All right, Joe Bowen and Jim Ralph will have the call of the second period next. You're listening to Molson Leafs Hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Let's go, football fans.
This week on Let's Go with Tom Brady and Larry Fitzgerald and me, Jim Gray. Special guest, John Legend.
The big comeback against the Falcons, Mr. Kraft booked me to play that party regardless of win or lose. You finally came back and won the game in such legendary fashion. You made my gig a lot easier.
Listen now to the extended version of Let's Go, exclusively on the SiriusXM app, included with all our trials and popular plans.
Let's go, baby. Let's go. The best player analysts and insiders live on NHL Network Radio. Mike Johnson.
5-on-5 defensive game for Tampa is getting to the point, Gord, where it is a concern. And it's not just because Vasilevsky hasn't played the entire season. They're giving up almost 4 goals a game. No matter how good your offense is, that's not going to be able to be sustainable.
Get the latest opinion and analysis you need on the home of hockey, NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app.
The Power Play with Steve Koulias.
Not only is Sidney Crosby one of the greatest, probably top 5 NHL players of all time, and there's some non-hockey people in Pittsburgh that don't want to hear this, he's as good and as important as anyone who's ever played for the Pittsburgh Steelers. Whether you want to understand that or not, put that in your pipe and smoke it.
The Power Play, weekdays 3 p.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app.
If you're a soccer fan, you know that this music means one thing. The Champions League is on Sirius XM FC.
Hat-trick for Erling Haaland. Kane scores!
The top teams from around Europe are battling for club soccer's holy grail.
Real Madrid do what they do best. What a start for Inter!
Hear all the top Champions League matches all tournament long on Sirius XM FC 157 and streaming on the Sirius XM app.
Hi, this is Ray Hudson, and for all the biggest matches from club soccer's holy grail, the UEFA Champions League, tune in to Sirius XM FC 157.
Radio Network.
Leafs carry a 2-1 lead into the second period. The official score is a bit of a Scrooge. Only 1 assist on all of the goals. Marner from Riley, Sillinger from Bean, and Matthews from Marner. And it is 2-1 in favor of the Maple Leafs. Sheldon Keefe coaching in his 300th game. He is looking for his 184th victory. His winning percentage of .672 is the best for someone who has gone through 300 games. No, he didn't have to take the team from. He was handed a fairly good.
And that's
when you deal out the cards, it's nice to get a good hand. And
yes,
I would suggest that he probably has.
And it's not taking anything away from what Sheldon Keefe has done. He's also one of the longer tenured coaches already in the National Hockey League. We get a look again at the Auston Matthews goal, the toe drag and the snap to get it short side on Merzlikins to give the Leafs a 2-1 lead. The officials are talking with Pascal Vincent, the coach of the. Well, looks like we got a goaltending change here, Joe.
Yes, Spencer Martin has taken over in goal for the Columbus Blue Jackets, and no idea where Elvis Merzlikins was either hurt or became ill or.
It looked great right up to the end of the period. So
had
maybe
to defend a Leaf power play right to the end almost. So, change in goal for Columbus. Daniel Tarasov is the other goaltender, so if there is a situation here, he may have to get dressed. But right now, it is Spencer Martin, who comes into the game with a record of 2-7-1, a 3.57 goals against average. He's 0-1-0 against the Leafs with a 3.10 goals against average in that game. And the puck played ahead as the Leafs defend the goal to our left. A giveaway, though, goes off a skate. Shot from an angle was whistled wide of the net in the Toronto zone. Back to the point. Kept alive now by the Blue Jackets. A shot and sprawling to block that was Tyler Bertuzzi, and it goes off him and goes up into the screen, and he gets a tap from Morgan Riley on the pads as to good job.
Well, of course, it was Bertuzzi that turned the puck over earlier, so that either makes guys a lot faster or a lot tougher when it comes to atoning for your own mistakes. 25 seconds into the second period here.
Matthews taking the draw, but lost it, but it won so cleanly by the Blue Jackets. It's all the way down into Columbus territory. Jackets play it up on the right side. Benoit got a stick on it to knock it off the Blue Jacket stick. The puck comes around to the side of the goal, chipped ahead for Nyes, and Matthew Nyes playing it off the boards, trying to play it to himself, but it was a little bit too far. Jake Bean sends it back to the league blue line. Pass off the wing. Matthews snaps it deep into the zone. Martin couldn't trap it back at the net. Marner unable to come up with it. Chopped over on the wing. Marner has it settled down. Looks into the slot. Now on the right wing side, a shot drifted there by McCabe. And Martin may have just got a piece of it. Matthews now circles at the top of the right wing circle. Works down into the dot area. Then comes back to the point. Pass to Benoit. Shot in traffic. Knocked down in front of the net. And the Blue Jackets are going to get it lifted. High stick made their contact by Matthews, but the Blue Jackets controlled, and now the play continues. Brought back in over the line. Domi holds top of the circle into the slot. One-timer that scores! Liljegren let it go. It looked like it went off a body in front. And the Maple Leafs maybe on the shot. Is it Robertson who may have gotten a stick on it? You just talked about him needing a goal to get over a bit of a slump, and it looks like Nick Robertson has done just that.
Boy, great patience by Max Domi when he got control of the puck in the Columbus zone. Before that, Auston Matthews, if the Leafs touched it, it would have been whistled down because Matthews, in an incredible display of athleticism, turned and knocked the puck out of midair over his head down to the ice. Columbus touched it briefly. The Leafs got it back. And Liljegren's point shot, Joe, was fluttering. It was a knuckleball going about 5 feet wide, but Nick Robinson was able to redirect it with a stick and have it go in short side, blocker side on Spencer Martin, and the Leafs are up 3-1.
Fourth goal of the year for the California native, and icing attempt was waved off. Blue Jackets lose it, though, and now Yarncrook is able to get it out at center. Flipped high into the zone. Yarncrook in pursuit, takes his man to the boards. Provorov got it up on the wing, and it's pushed out at center ice by Columbus. Nick Robertson's fourth of the season. And the Maple Leafs are 15-1-1 when scoring 4 or more goals. They've got 3 on the board now. And across the line, pass intercepted there by Gregor. Gregor from the goal line launches it high to center ice and took a pretty decent hit for his troubles. Now the Blue Jackets in on the left wing. Texier with a shot that went wide of the Leaf net. In along the boards, it comes back to the point. Walk to the near side and a shot. Pad save made there by Samsonov. A big rebound, but it was knocked wide of the net. Roslovic into the corner. Tied up there as he swung it around the boards. It'll come to the point. Severson kept it in. Puck along the boards again. Roslovic back to the point. Off on the left wing side. Texier shot. That was blocked in front of the goal. Centering pass went right through the goal crease and caroms out into neutral ice. Jackets back in their own zone. McCabe, and now a goal. I looked to see who got the assist on the goal. It was Domi as well. And a turnover by Tavares, and it is 3-2.
And I think Gauntz is going to get credit for this as it loops up in the air and then over Ilya Samsonov and into the net. Now Samsonov gets a piece of it with the blocker, but it goes off his blocker, straight up in the air, and into the back of the net.
Now he makes a good save, or at least makes good contact on the save on the initial shot, but then loses sight of it where it went. And up and over his shoulder it goes and into the net.
Unfortunately for Samsonov now, 2 goals on 6 shots against.
And that's not going to help his confidence.
What are the guys in front of him?
Back to the point. Shot deflects off a stick. Bertuzzi pushes it ahead. Tavares in with a drive, and he whistled it over top of the net. Puck comes back out at center for Nylander. Played back in for Bertuzzi. Bertuzzi to the point. Shot coming. That deflected wide of the Columbus goal, and it's banked out at center ice. Wow. And that goal had an odor. There's no two ways about it. And it's brought back now with a chance now for Matthews to launch it high in wide of the Columbus goal. Juracek after it as he plays it around the boards to the near wing. Gaunt's trying to get it freed up. It comes free and now brought to center ice and chipped in over the line by Gauntz. Along the boards, intercepted by Liljegren, sent ahead at center for Matthews. Matthews sends it down into the Columbus zone. Boy, it was an innocent-looking enough play, and all of a sudden it's a one-goal hockey game again. At the point, Benoit works in from a sharp angle, and it's swallowed up by Spencer Martin, and will stop play for a face-off coming in the Columbus zone.
Well, an interesting little stat. We already talked about the dominance of Auston Matthews over the Columbus Blue Jackets. 13 goals in 15 games. He has now scored in 9 straight games against Columbus. Isn't that
Isn't it?
A nine-game goal streak against the same team. Thanks, Darman, for that one.
Texier and Severson. A deflection by Matthews. Deflected wide of the net. Into the corner goes Benoit. Centered attempt was blocked. Matthews using his size, trying to knock it out in front of the net, but it was too well covered. Now Marner up against the wall, unable to keep it in. It's launched high down the ice, but it will not go for icing. McCabe fanned on a pass. It's stolen. A centering feed, and the biggest save of the game for Samsonov is made there on a giveaway by Jake McCabe. Good glove save, and he hangs on. Well, and McCabe with a friendly tap on the pads for bailing him out.
And it was Benoit and McCabe on the ice for the second goal. So for Samsonov, hopefully, this is the beginning of a little more confidence. As that's McCabe fanned on it, trying to propel it in behind the net. It was picked off and right away thrown out to the front of the net.
Shot down into Columbus territory. Yarncrook got it back to the point. Liljegren's shot was off the mark wide. It's back of the net for Domi. He's able to carry it out, but ran into a lot of traffic in front. Couldn't make a pass, and now it's back down into the Toronto end. Liljegren up the right wing off a body. Grabbed off by Cole Sillinger. Sent right back down into the Toronto end. Samsonov out of the cage. Pumped it around on the boards. Knocked down on the far side by Kent Johnson. Back into the slot. Shot went wide of the Leaf goal. Pinching down is Provorov to keep it alive, but his pass intercepted by Giordano. And Giordano, trying to find an outlet, has set it out and down the ice, but his billiard skills are still good. He banked that right onto the goaltender for no icing. Now a giveaway in the center ice area that Nylander failed to take advantage of. Brought back in now by Columbus. Looking for a man in front of the net, and a good play by Tavares to tie up Gaudreau, going hard to the front of the goal. Kept in and then knocked out at center by Nylander. Nylander drops it off. Tavares then mishandles the puck as he tried to get in across the blue line. Brody looking for a bouncing puck that's going to roll towards the net, and it's going to be pounced on by the Leaf netminder. And a faceoff coming in the Toronto zone. After a 3-1 lead by Nick Robertson, it is Gauntz from Texier and Severson to make it 3-2. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on Sportsnet 590, The Fan, and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
They've introduced the Same Game Parlay Plus. It's a game changer. Making a same game parlay across different games has never been easier because the biggest games and most popular markets are all in one place. Check out the Same Game Parlay Plus and find out why. It's never ordinary at Bet365. Must be 19 or older, Ontario only. Please play responsibly. If you or someone you know has concerns about gambling, visit connexontario.ca.
Every year, fans debate over the draft. Who's going first? At Chuck's, they already know. The top draft choice is that icy cold 18-ounce Molson Canadian you're holding, and it's just $4 at Chuck's during Leafs games. No wonder that at draft time, Canadians are always in high demand. Chuck's Roadhouse Bar and Grill. Food the way it ought to be. Price the way it used to be.
Move up to Heathwood. Hi, I'm Hugh Heron. Experience true luxury at Williamsburg Green in Kitchener. Williamsburg Green is everything you want in a community. Enjoy fabulous trails, parks, playgrounds, sports areas, and more. Our beautiful all-brick homes include luxury features you've always dreamed of, even a fully finished lower level. It's time to move up to Heathwood. Learn more at heathwood.com.
You're listening to Toronto Maple Leafs hockey.
Y'all ready?
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Leafs Radio Network.
The Leafs 3, the Blue Jackets 2. Nick Robertson ending a bit of a drought and gets his 4th of the season from Liljegren and Tavares in this period. But then Brendan Gaunce, the Sudbury native, getting his 1st of the season. Texier and Severson assisting on a goal that went off the blocker of goaltender Samsonov up into the air, then drifted back over his shoulder and dropped into the net.
For Gaunce, this is only his 5th game of the season.
Broken up at the Leaf blue line, played out into the center ice area. Nye's got it deep into the round back of the net. Goaltender Martin punches it back into the corner and gets it to the line, but not out. Now here's a chance now for Marner, and the shot went wide. Matthews trying to chip it back to the blue line. McCabe, far side. Benoit with a shot, and that went wide. And Spencer Martin was way out of the net by the time that went wide. Leafs couldn't take advantage of it. Kent Johnson playing it over on the near wing. Brought to center. Broken up at the blue line momentarily, and now brought back now quickly by Gregor, going in on goal, and that went wide, and then he slipped it back in front of the net. Martin was again out of the goal, and now we're going to get a delayed penalty here against Columbus.
It might have been a hook on Gregor just as he tried to drag it across the top of the crease.
Hook or a slash. Leafs organizing in the center ice area. Nylander backpedals in his own zone. Gives it off to Matthews. Quickly up, deflected in off the stick of Morgan Riley, and here is the call.
Great burst of speed, though, by Noah Gregor, and I mean, he loads up in his own zone and then takes it right down the right wing boards, beats his man wide, and it was Jurasek that he beat wide and took it to the front of the net, and that's where the alleged infraction occurred. The Leafs will go to the power play again, 2nd time tonight.
Still no idea who or what the infraction was for. It's not been placed up on the screen. Oh, maybe too many men. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Well,
yep,
that'll do it.
Too many men. All right.
Might have been, yeah, wouldn't have been much of a hook or slash.
No.
Gregor going to the net.
8:18, the time of the penalty. Leafs on the power play, and they'll have to start back in their own zone as it is sent down into the Toronto end. Morgan Riley starts out, banks it off the boards, brought on now by Matthews, dropped off for Marner. Marner on the left wing for Tavares. Back it goes to Riley, and did he keep it in? Apparently he did. Scramble goes on in the far corner, but it's to no avail as it's shot down the ice by Columbus. Riley seemed to bail out after making contact with it, and I thought that it was a delayed offside. Matthews through center. And on the right side, it goes to Marner. Marner dropping it back along the boards. Nylander bouncing puck to contend with. Stolen there by Tavares, and his shot went just wide. Kept in by Morgan Riley. Round back of the net, Marner trying to come out with it. A pass in front looking for Nylander, didn't work. The scramble is on, and the puck went just wide of the far post. Matthews works back towards the blue line. Drops it back, gets it returned from Riley. On the left wing side, a pass to the near wing from Nylander, didn't connect. Nylander works back down the right wing boards to the goal line. Centering shot, scores! Okay, this almost defies geometry. I was going to say geography, but that would have been wrong because we know where we are. It's just how did that go in the net?
Well, Auston Matthews will pick up the assist on it as Willie Nylander couldn't handle the original pass, chased it down off the boards.
The reverse VH has struck again.
And almost from the goal line. Nylander finds a crack over the shoulder, under the crossbar. Nylander had a short-handed goal. This is short side. No, reverse VH, Joe, help me. Isn't that just an HV?
Oh, it's reverse.
Yeah.
I don't know. Hey, when I played, I was told hang on to the goalpost and stand up. Reverse VH? You kidding me? Point shot drilled into the chest of Martin.
Two letters that are the same either way.
Now we get Yarncrook in a bit of a scrum down on the ice.
And with the 4-2 lead, the Leafs are now out shooting the Blue Jackets 23-8. As we near the midway mark of the second period, Yarncrock's going to go. I think might have been Cole Sillinger that he was on top of him behind the net. We'll see if they're both going. It looks like Yarncrock for sure is going to go.
Nylander's 17th extends a point streak that is now 13 games, 4 goals, 15 assists for 20 points.
For Nylander, started the season with a 17-game streak.
Both players will receive 2 minutes each for roughing.
At least get a bit of a break there. They're going to play a little 4-on-4 action. But Nylander started with a 17-game point streak, then went 3 games without before embarking on this current point streak of 13 games. To me, that is amazing. You know, even there have been times where he hasn't been as noticeable or dominant as he was early in the year. But right
to
now,
have points in that many games that have been played is...
So 33 games played in the season, 30 of them at least a point. That's kind of Gretzky era, isn't it?
Yeah,
Maybe
but Wayne would get 3.
Not as many 5 or 6 point games.
So, 4-on-4. And soon to be 4-on-3. Because the Leafs are going to take a penalty here.
It was Nylander. Let go of his stick. But the infraction was already there. And I mean, not only a power play for Columbus, but a 4-on-3. Now, I'll tell you another thing. Columbus players sold it pretty good.
All right. Well, they were down 2-0 in the power plays. Now it's 2-1. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan on the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Hey, what's up, y'all? It's Kelly Clarkson, and I am so excited to bring you the Kelly Clarkson Connection.
Connecting the music she loves.
Everything from Rosemary Clooney to Aerosmith.
The music she's inspired by.
The Queen, y'all, Aretha Franklin, possibly my biggest influence vocally.
And her own award-winning catalog.
What doesn't kill you makes you strong.
What's up, Leafs fans? Another awesome night here on TSI. Thank you to each and every one of you for hanging out with us. Please don't forget to hit that like button as it helps bring more Leafs fans into the chat. The more the better. A big shout out to our insiders and VIP members. Your support is truly appreciated. I cannot explain to you what it means for this community. Please consider joining our community. It's only 99 cents a month. I made it as low as possible so that we can get more and more people joining our community. Awesome member exclusive emojis in the chat during these Leafs games, and add your name to the scroll down below. Anyways, enough of the necessary evils to keep growing this amazing Toronto sports community and Maple Leafs community. Back to Leafs hockey. Go Leafs go. I'll see you guys in the chat. Peace.
I was worried about the club, and he said, I don't like the room. We have a bad room. And I'm like, you haven't even coached this team yet. A year and a half later, John Tortorella loves his room. He loves this team, and he loves that they compete every night.
Points with Boomer Gordon. 1 p.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app.
Join me, Gord Stellick, and Scott Laughlin as we recap the night that was on NHL Morning Skate, weekday mornings at 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91.
Radio Network.
Nylander for hooking at 10:10 of the second period.
Then we do have an update on Elvis Merzlikhin, the goaltender who left for Columbus after the first period. They're saying it's an illness.
Here's Provorov at the point, sending it off on the right wing side. Jackets try to work back into the slot area. Pass to the near wing, and a good shot taken by Marchenko was blocked on the short side there by Samsonov. Marchenko getting it back around back of the net. Voronkov had his pass intercepted, and it is shot out and down the ice by the Leafs. Minute 20 to go. Johnny Gaudreau starting out of his own end. Got it up on the right wing side across the line. It looks like it is Marchenko with it now. Dropping it back to Gaudreau. Gaudreau looks back to the point, then let a shot go instead. And that went wide. Provorov keeping it in. Looking for Gaudreau and finding him on the far top of the circle. Gaudreau circles back into the slot. Another shot. Went off the glove of Samsonov. Trickled over the line. And it is 4-3. And the struggles continue for Ilya Samsonov.
Some traffic in front. I don't believe it hit anything. Although you did have Voronkov standing right in front of Ilya Samsonov. Now, he may have touched this, Joe. He may have gotten just a piece of this. Yeah, and then down and through Ilya Samsonov.
Looked like it hit the glove just around the cuff. And Samsonov was about to slam his stick in disgust and then decided against that. But a power play goal here by Columbus. And it's 4-3. And Voronkov is going to get credit for the goal. Gaudreau and Provorov get the assists.
Voronkov's first in 7 games.
And across the line, the Leafs with a pass in for Marner. Oh, and he ripped that just wide of the net. Puck on the far boards, trying to dig it free. Marner is able to steal it momentarily, but couldn't find Matthews with it. And brought out at center ice now by Columbus. In on the wing for Danforth. He had it spun around. Gets it again. Danforth dropping it back. Stolen by Marner. And Marner will then give it away. Here's Danforth around back of the net. A backdoor centering effort hit the back of the net. Kept alive, though, by Columbus. Looking for the equalizer here. Pass off a skate. Comes back into the slot area. On the left wing side is Sillinger. Sillinger looking. Down in the reverse V8 is Samsonov, but it is flipped out at center ice now by Toronto. Right wing side, Marner in. Got around one man. Oh, he had that corner, and he just missed it. Played into the corner again. Marner coming out of the corner with it. Now to Matthews, and a one-timer was blocked in front of the net off a stick, and the defender checks to make sure that stick is still usable. Played down into the Toronto end. 7:20 to go in the second period. A centering pass in front of the goal. They score! A giveaway behind the Leaf goal, and Columbus has tied the game at 4s.
Kent Johnson is going to get it. He had 2, including the overtime winner in that 6-5 game in Toronto. And this is just the Leafs get out-muscled behind the net. Morgan Riley had his stick lifted. And it was just thrown out front and onto the stick of Johnson, who snaps it past Ilya Samsonov. And we've got a 4-4 game. Is that Texier that got it? Or that sent it out front?
I think you're right. Well, Ilya Samsonov has now allowed 4 or more goals in 4 of his last 5 starts. His save percentage was .859 in those games. It's worse in this one because he has 4 goals on 11 shots. And no, it hasn't all been him, but
eventually
some of the goals end up, you scratch your head. You know, that's too bad, but it's just the fact of life. And he is really struggling here, and I'm sure he is right now behind that mask just thinking, oh, God, here we go again. And
well, Tony Esposito once said, I'll tell you in a second, quote,
shot was blocked, brought out now by Columbus to center. They play it in on the right side, and when you're the opposition and you know that the situation with Samsonov, which is well publicized, then they're going to try and send everything they can to the net and try to take his eyes away as well as it's played out at center ice. And if you're the Leafs, you're saying, okay, what do we do here? Well, first off, let's start with stop turning the puck over behind the net or in front and give them a little bit more support. But then you're sitting there going, well, we got to block more shots. We got to change the way we play. And that's dangerous as well as it's played down into the Columbus zone. Robertson couldn't get there. Pushed out at center ice. Carried on by Gaudreau and across the line, right wing side. A shot goes off the stick of Liljegren and finds the screen with 6:06 remaining here in the second period, tied at 4.
Columbus, 1 goal on 4 shots in the first, 3 goals now on just 7 shots here in the second period. And what happens when you're struggling as well, Joe, everything gets amplified. You know, if this,
hard not to.
If this game was happening a year ago, you wouldn't think too much to it. But this is just a continuation of a struggle.
Played off on the wing. Benoit back to Nylander. He'll just backhand it into the zone. Bertuzzi had to straddle the line, so he's late getting in on the forecheck. And Columbus gets an easy out to play it down into the Toronto end. McCabe had it blocked. Intercepted now by Bertuzzi. He works to center and dumps it in. Chasing after it there was David Camp. Can't come up with it. Blue Jackets get through center, but it's broken up by the Leafs at the defense. Puck's in the center ice area. Just rolled in. Leafs have to clear the zone as it's a delayed offside. The Leafs 4 and the Columbus Blue Jackets 4. After Willie Nylander's power play goal made it 4-2. Voronkov and Johnson have scored to knot it at 4s. Played around the boards. Gregor couldn't get it out. Fantilli trying to center. That went wide of the net. Played down into the corner and around back of the goal. And grabbed off now by David Camp, and he starts out. Camp, a bank pass, but too far for McMahon, and that has turned into an icing.
Well, really, Samsonov now has surrendered 19 goals in his last 4 appearances. And that includes 10 goals in the past 46 shots against Columbus. 10 on 46. Of course, Samsonov was in goal for that game where the Leafs stormed back in the third period down 5-0, but would eventually lose it in overtime.
I mean, you feel for him, but the only way you can get out of this is to play a string of games. And I honestly think that they have got to, with the roster freeze over, think seriously of getting him down to the Marlies and play a number of games.
Well, we saw with Jack Campbell, though, that hasn't worked with him and the Oilers.
Played down into the zone. Brody was taken down on the forecheck by Bemstrom. Matthews unable to get to it. Marner's able to poke it and get it out at center ice. Shot right back into the Toronto zone. Samsonov out of the goal. Now, one of the reasons, I'm sure, never mind the standings where Columbus is, but can you imagine if this was the game in Toronto and how the crowd might be reacting as the pass goes back in along the boards, and now Roslovic will send it into the far corner. Long lead pass goes off a stick to center, brought to the line and in on the left wing. Trying to get a shot was Jake Bean. That was steered aside and comes all the way back out at center ice. 3:27 to go, and the Leafs jump seems to have evaporated here with the 2 goals from Columbus, who continue to press. Round back of the net for Liljegren. Liljegren starts out, gives it off to Giordano, played up on the wing. A bank pass gets the Leafs to the line and in. Trying to drop it back for Nyes. Matthews or Marner was taken down. Matthews after a loose puck trying to come out of the corner with it. Matthews back to McCabe. To the left wing side it goes. Benoit back to McCabe. Can't shoot it. Gives it back. Gets it returned. Now lets a long shot go. And that was knocked down in front. Yarncrook was bowled over in front of the net, but no call, and cleared off the boards and off a Leaf skate out into the center ice area. First bit of pressure the Leafs have generated since the 2 goals from Columbus tied the game. Played out at center ice. Benoit steps up at the red line and shoots it in. The Leafs 4 and the Blue Jackets 4 here in the second. Centering pass didn't work. Sent by Domi around to the far side. Yarncrook engages his man. In goes Robertson, but couldn't come up with it. Leafs are changing as it is shot down into the Toronto end. That bounces on the back of the net. Grabbed off there by the Leafs and played up on the wing and bounced out to the line. And now here's an odd man rush forming to the line, and in comes Tavares on the backhand and then tried to feather it in on the forehand and shot it wide. Kept alive by Morgan Rielly. Sent around back of the net. Off a skate. Controlled by Bertuzzi. Couldn't get it in deep. Voronkov is able to play to center, and now a foot race for the puck. Good play made there by the veteran Giordano, who reached around and lifted the stick of the Columbus forward. Long lead pass intercepted. Brought back by the Maple Leafs. And unable to get in was Nylander. He's going to play it ahead to get Camp in across the line. Bertuzzi tries to help out. That draws a crowd along the near boards. Kept alive by Camp. He'll play it in deeper, but it is onto the stick of the defenseman and quickly played out and down the ice. And wow, bit of a tough call on the icing there.
Yeah, Adam Fantilli didn't like this, and now Benoit, I think, is chirping Fantilli, but I'd say Columbus has a
and now
pretty
Benoit
good...
and Fantilli having a little more to do. Notice Benoit is wearing one of the neck protectors, and I believe that Bertuzzi is as well. As Tavares broke in and got it to his forehand, but missed on the short side.
Yeah, could have had a 2-on-1 break, but he was unable to control it and settle it down, and Willie Nylander had to pull up at the blue line and wait for him.
A 4-4 tie here in the second. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Take 2 in a truck, 2 in a truck.ca. So when you gotta move, all moving day. Think 2 in a truck, 2 in a truck.ca. Cause all of us movers are not the same. So that's our company name, 2 men in a truck.ca. We're lots of men with lots of trucks, so give us a call today.
Move up to Heathwood. Hi, I'm Hugh Heron. Experience true luxury at Williamsburg Green in Kitchener. Heathwood's all-brick homes are built with upgraded features and elevated finishes. Chef-inspired kitchens, spa-like en-suites, and a fully finished lower level. Even better, Williamsburg Green has parks, playgrounds, and trails to explore. It's time to move up to Heathwood. Learn more at heathwood.com.
Unhibernate, a verb. To laugh in the face of snow because you drive a Subaru. As in, when I unhibernate, I have the roads all to myself because my Subaru has symmetrical full-time all-wheel drive and others don't. Or, the award-winning safety in my Subaru means I can unhibernate all winter while my neighbors stare longingly from their bedroom windows. Or my favorite usage, I am going to unhibernate this winter by visiting my local Subaru dealer today. Welcome to Uncommon Winter Confidence.
You're listening to Toronto Maple Leafs hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Leafs Radio Network.
Voronkov with his 7th of the season and Johnson with his 5th. After the Leafs had taken a 4-2 lead, have tied the game. And if you have ever had to strap the tools of it, now we got
a fight.
I don't know. We're not seeing it. Oh, I guess we do. Benoit, is that Fantilli? Is that a carryover? No, this is Eric Gudbranson and Benoit at long reach. Popped by Gudbranson, knocked the helmet off of Benoit, but he is still game, trying to get an arm free. Got rid of the helmet, got an uppercut in. Couple of right hands then, and down goes Benoit, and that'll be it. Gudbranson and Benoit in a fight here in the second period, and that all came from the Fantilli thing, I guess.
Yeah, and you know what? I like it from a Columbus standpoint. Fantilli, first-round pick for the Blue Jackets, even though, Fantilli was somebody that wasn't shying away and got into Benoit's face. But Gabranson, who was penalized earlier this year after getting hit behind by Nick Cousins from Florida, tried to fight Cousins twice. Cousins turtled twice and went down. Now Fantilli's over on the Columbus bench with a big smile on his face. Careful, because that can come back to haunt you as well. But I like it from a veteran guy saying, look, these are our young guys and our young stars, and we've got to look after them. And again, is this not one of those where you can figure out, now we got another penalty coming up, 1 minute to go here in the second period. There seems to be a little confusion on the ice.
Well, we're not able to see the official, and we've got
42, 2 minute for high sticking.
Texier going.
Oh, this shouldn't be a penalty. He missed. It was the follow through of a shot
or a clearing attempt. Yeah.
Unless there's
struck Liljegren in the face.
I think the Leafs get a break here.
Third power play of the game for Toronto, and it comes with exactly a minute left to play in the period. And the draw won by the Maple Leafs. At the point, Nylander with the shot, scores! John Tavares was in front of the net. It may have gone off the Leaf captain, but that took exactly 5.1 seconds to restore the Toronto lead on the power play on their 26th shot. And it will be Tavares with his 11th goal of the season.
Well, Tavares started it off by winning the draw. Got back to the point. Willie Nylander looks up and decides, I'm going to get it to the net. And Tavares with the redirection. He scored in Columbus. A little prettier goal right before Christmas. But for Tavares, right off the face-off. Wins the draw, goes to the net. And I like this a lot, Joe, when you get Tavares in front of the net instead of always sort of drifting off to the side and looking for that down low pass or backdoor tap in. I love Tavares because he's got such great hands with deflections to go to the front of the net.
And the power play is where he really made a lot of his hay. And this season, that's just his third. Brody giveaway allows the Blue Jackets down into the zone. It bounces to the side of the net, then cleared by the Maple Leafs to center ice with a half minute to go in the period. The Jackets send it back into the Leaf end. Riley evades one, but was knocked off stride and knocked down. The puck goes back at the net. Blue Jackets get it back to the point. Just kept in. Bounces to the side of the goal with a dozen seconds left. And
that referee had his arm in the air. I don't know
if it was a high stick. It's certainly drawn a lot of Maple Leafs into the play. Matthews in with a shove. So is McCabe. And Riley doesn't have his helmet on.
I'm not sure what it was. I think it might have been, either a high stick or maybe a glove pass by the Blue Jackets. 11.1 seconds to go here in the second period.
Matthews and Texier. I don't know if there's any penalties coming here or not.
Texier talking with the official. I think the face-off is coming outside the Leaf zone, though. It's the way this game has gone. Could be the biggest break of the night. With 11 seconds left. Get a neutral zone face-off. Pascal Vincent doesn't seem to be buying whatever the call is and behind the Columbus bench.
Leafs have scored 5 goals on 26 shots. Columbus has scored 4 on 11. Shot into the zone. Smothered there by Spencer Martin with 2.5 seconds remaining in the period. I was about to say, Jimmy, if you've ever played the position and had to put that stupid stuff on called goalie equipment, you understand how much of it is mental. And you and I can somewhat be empathetic here, but it is so difficult. And you sit and you feel bad for them, and there's really nothing that a teammate or anyone else can do to help. I can't set you up for a backdoor tap-in to get you out of your slump.
Well, the other side is 7 years in the minors. I didn't make it because somebody felt bad for me when things weren't going well either. I mean, it's up to you. You got to figure it out
That's
yourself.
Right. No, exactly. You're right. And I honestly think that after this, that they have to make a decision, and I think you can't afford to have a save percentage that is going to get worse and not better here, being involved in a lot of games. And, and the way Dennis Hildeby has played, I think you probably owe it to him to say, you know what, you're not going to play a lot, but you're going to get a taste of the National Hockey League.
Yeah, I mean, there's a certain amount of risk involved. Do you save Samsonov by doing that, or do you put the finishing touches on his stay in Toronto? You know, it's going to be in the balance. There's no guarantee you go to the American League and you're going to dominate. We said Jack Campbell has gone through that, but let's look at the positive. 4 goals on 11 shots. The continuation of Ilya Samsonov. We are at the perfect time where analytics and the eye test are in harmony.
Oh, I hadn't thought about that. And you know how big analytics fans we are.
You got 15 minutes to think about it.
Yeah. I will. All right. Well, you know what? I'll bet Eilish Forfar and Justin Cuthbert are probably all over this. At any rate, we'll ship it off to them for our second period intermission. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on Sportsnet 590, The Fan, and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Every fantasy football player has a date with destiny, and your time is now. It's Championship Week on SiriusXM Fantasy Sports Radio. Listen and dominate your competition with expert analysis from a fantasy perspective.
Don't just think of it through the lens of your own team. Think about who are the teams I'm going to be playing. Can I prevent their rosters from getting better?
Go home a champion or just go home. The Fantasy Football Playoffs.
This time of the year, I want upside.
Fantasy Sports Radio, Channel 87, and on the SiriusXM app.
The best player analysts and insiders live on NHL Network Radio. Mike Johnson.
5-on-5 defensive game for Tampa is getting to the point, Gord, where it is a concern. And it's not just because Vasilevsky hasn't played the entire season. They're giving up almost 4 goals a game. No matter how good your offense is, that's not going to be able to be sustainable.
You have the latest opinion and analysis you need on the home of hockey, NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91, and the SiriusXM app. The Power Play with Steve Koulias.
Not only is Sidney Crosby one of the greatest, probably top 5 NHL players of all time, and there's some non-hockey people in Pittsburgh that don't want to hear this, he's as good and as important as anyone who's ever played for the Pittsburgh Steelers. Whether you want to understand that or not, put that in your pipe and smoke it.
The Power Play, weekdays 3 p.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91, and the SiriusXM app. 24/7 hockey talk.
One of the greatest goaltenders of all time, Patrick Waugh. When you put your hands up, did you know at that moment that you were done?
No, I did not. Unfortunately, it happened. Just gave me a chance to have a fresh start somewhere else and be traded to Colorado. It was a good opportunity. Sometimes you need that little, change, and it was welcome for me.
SiriusXM NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91, and on your schedule with the SiriusXM app. The Point with Boomer Gordon.
18 months ago, I had New Flyers head coach John Tortorella. And I asked him what he was worried about the club, and he said, I don't like the room. We have a bad room. And I'm like, you haven't even coached this team yet. A year and a half later, John Tortorella loves his room. He loves this team, and he loves that they compete every night.
Point with Boomer Gordon. 1 p.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91, and the SiriusXM app. Under review.
And if someone says, well, he's good in the room, you know what? They don't have a good in the room stat in the standings. I've yet to find that category. It's one of the most overplayed things. They better be good in the room. That's the least you better bring when you join a National Hockey League team.
Under review with Mick Kerr. 11 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91, and the SiriusXM app.
Hey Toronto, I'm David Morsuti, host of the daily Toronto Maple Leafs podcast, Locked On Leafs, part of the Locked On Podcast Network on the SiriusXM app. Every weekday, we bring you the latest Leafs news and analysis, break down all the action, including this game you're listening to right now, and preview the next one. We're giving you everything a Leafs fan could want, all in a daily 30-minute podcast. Download Locked On Leafs right now on the SiriusXM app, available with all trials and popular plans, or where you get your podcasts. Search Locked On.
Join me, Gord Stellick, and Scott Laughlin as we recap the night that was on NHL Morning Skate, weekday mornings at 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91.
Leafs Radio Network.
Welcome back to Molson Leafs Hockey on Sportsnet 590, The Fan, and the Maple Leafs Radio Network. Whoa, that period got a little bit out of hand. The Leafs are leading 5-4 after 40 minutes, but it's kind of hard to talk about anything else without leading with Ilya Samsonov.
Yeah, I guess we have to, right? Another 4 goals and a long line of 4+ goal outings for Ilya Samsonov. And yet, like, the numbers are brutal. Like, Shayna from The Athletic tweeting Ilya Samsonov's 2.87 goals, more than expected so far on 17 unblocked shots, which means almost 3 more than the average goaltender. But if you look at the goals, do I really believe that the average goaltender would have given up almost 3 fewer goals? I mean, at some point, like, I've been all over Ilya Samsonov. Pretty much every broadcast we've had, because it seems like we just run into Samsonov starts when we're doing games here. And I'm suggesting, I've suggested, and I will continue to suggest, that I think he needs to be traded. I don't think he belongs on this roster. But if you're going to compare the game, the Buffalo game versus this one, where he looked completely lost, looked like he couldn't play the position, looked like he had no business being in an NHL game, that's not what we're seeing tonight. The Maple Leafs have only allowed 11 shots on goal, but a lot of those chances in which Columbus has scored on, I mean, grade A opportunities. One was a breakaway. Morgan Riley with a brutal giveaway, giving up a goal. I mean, they've had a Timothy Liljegren blown tire. Like, there's been some mishaps that have resulted and contribute to these goals. Another goal, a tip in front of the net. Like, what are you going to do about that? The expected goals on that, I'm not really sure, but I know that that's an okay goal to give up in a vacuum if you're a goaltender. The numbers are brutal, and Samsonov has been brutal, but has this been like a truly, truly ugly, atrocious, you don't belong here performance? I don't know if I'm at that point. But still, like, he can't, even on a good or bad night, he can't escape giving up 4 goals.
If you look at the 5 goals the Maple Leafs have scored, the William Nylander one and the Auston Matthews one were just goals that their netminder, we could be having the same conversation. Like, those 100%. Those were bad goals to give up, but beautiful shots that were just placed with no traffic in an open spot. William Nylander basically scored from the corner. So did Matthews. So if you look at it, like, I think the goals that have gone in on Samsonov, there is an excuse to be made for some of them, right? Definitely bad defensive plays. The Maple Leafs are not playing well in front of him. But at some point, I think you're totally right with the needing to maybe be traded. Like, he's not getting...
I thought you were going to say, well, you know, at some point you can't give up 4 goals every game.
But
well, yes.
That for sure. But I think there's at a point where you're not even getting puck luck, right? Like, some of these deflections, tips, they're going in. Like, nothing's working. He
got a blocker on the breakaway
and
goal.
it went in.
And it went in.
Like, 2 nice tips, nice deflections. Like, yeah, not every goalie's going to be able to save that, but, you know, you hope one of those hits your body. None of them hit his body. He had the one that went over the blocker. And, you know, at some point, there's nothing that's working. The vibe is off. There's no juju that's working for you. So now I guess the big question is, you're going into the third period. You've given up 4 goals. Is Samsonov going to come back out for the third? My opinion is yes. We had this happen the last 2 times ago when they played the Columbus Blue Jackets. They were down 5-0. And Curtis Hanford said, nope, put him back out. And they did, and the Leafs rallied, and they pushed it to overtime, and we know they also lost that one. So I wonder if they're even having a dialogue about it, or if not, bringing Samsonov out for the third is already just, like, not a question with his mental fragility. Like, you can't do it.
I just think there's still hope for tonight, right? Like, they're up in the game.
Yeah, you are winning the game currently.
And again, there are nights where he doesn't look like he knows how to play the position, and this, I don't think, is one of those nights.
I agree. Like, he doesn't look as scattered.
If you can just have a really good defensive performance and not have mishap after mishap leading to grade A scoring opportunity, maybe you can sneak through this one. You can skate through with a Samsonov victory, and maybe he'll feel better about himself. But if you take him out now, and you know you have to put him back in again eventually, you're just going to continue playing this game. Like, he's got to go out there, and they got to just hope. They just got to play better. They got to play well. I mean, we remember a David Ayres game where Carolina Hurricanes are probably the best team at that point in shot suppression, scoring chance suppression. Instead of making excuses for losing their first and second goaltender that night, they just played lockdown defense and didn't allow the Maple Leafs to get anything on David Ayres. You got to play that sort of game. If you want to win a Stanley Cup, at some point, you got to have 20 minutes where you lock down an opponent. Maybe it's not about adding the 6th, 7th, 8th goal tonight. It's preventing the 5th one from happening. I mean, I think Samsonov's got to win one eventually. He's got to play. So you got to keep him in there.
100%. He's got to come out, but your team needs to realize, like, you are leaving this guy out to dry. He's already halfway there when he gets in the net to start the game, right? Like, he's already, he did look better, though. There were many points in this game where I think we could have seen the old Samsonov. I know Jim and Joe were saying at one point it looked like he was going to smash his stick, and he didn't.
He made a huge save after giving up the second one on Cole Sillinger.
He's had some good moments, but when the bad ones start to compile, that's where he starts to lose it. And you just need, he needs to win this game. The Maple Leafs need to win this game for him, or else I don't know the next time you can put him in. Like, the save percentage of this game, it's .636. I've never seen a number that low, right? Like, that's beer league type score. So .636 is making his season long, save percentage, .864 right now.
Mm-hmm.
It's bad.
Last 2 games, 709 goals in the last 30 saves.
It's real tough.
Or 30 shots.
But it's on the guys to step up in front of him right now, because in every one of the 4 goals that's going on, we can circle somebody else on the ice that led up what their opportunity was, what their responsibility was, and it's going to go in right now. Nothing's not going in for Ilya Samsonov. So you just gotta stand strong and like try to stop the bleeding at this point.
Yeah, you got to have a good defense period. You got to have a good third period. You got to have a period where we talked about in the pregame where you're just better than an inferior opponent.
It shouldn't be that hard.
It just, maybe Samsonov breaks your back in this third period. Maybe it happens. And then maybe it makes a decision easier for you. But until it's laid bare, facts laid bare, you didn't win the game because Ilya Samsonov, then go win the game before that happens. And then make a decision.
They should be able at the end of this game to look around the room after this third period and be able to say, we did everything we could have done to set our goaltender up for success in this third period, or else like you're not rowing in the same direction, right? So that has to be the case. And if Samsonov can't hold a lead for one period, then we're obviously having different conversations when it comes to the postgame.
And to your point, through 40 minutes, they can't. Despite the William Nylander goal, despite the Auston Matthews goal, despite some good offensive moments, and having a lead through 40, like they can't say they've done everything for their goaltender.
You got to leave it at that.
So we'll see what happens in third.
We'll take a quick break. We'll come back with some look around the NHL scoreboard before the third period. You're listening to Molson Leafs Hockey on Sportsnet 590, The Fan, and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
NHL All-Star Thursday is coming to Toronto with 3 exciting events in one star-filled night. First, celebrity captains select their teams in the Tim Hortons NHL All-Star Player Draft. Then, the 1967 Stanley Cup champion Maple Leafs are honored in the NHL Alumni Man of the Year. And finally, the best in women's hockey compete in the Canadian Tire PWHL 3-on-3 Showcase. It's NHL All-Star Thursday on February 1st. Buy tickets now starting at $44 at NHL.com/Thursday.
From the biggest stadiums to the coziest holes in the wall. From house parties to porch hangs to pride celebrations. From your favorite fuzz shop to your local Indian spot. From noodle bars to sports bars to salsa bars. There's a Molson with your name on it. Canadian Ultra XL. Molson. Everyone in. Must be legal drinking age.
There are many peculiar words in the English language. Words like salivigant, peregrinate, nemophilus, peripatetic, and conviviality. Yet, there is no word for getting the most out of winter in your Subaru, thanks to symmetrical full-time all-wheel drive and X-Mode. Until now. We call it unhibernate. As in, while your neighbors stay home, you'll be unhibernating all winter in your Subaru. So peregrinate to your local Subaru dealer today, and welcome to uncommon winter confidence.
At Bet365, we don't do ordinary. That's why we've introduced Same Game Parlay Plus. It's a game changer. Making a same game parlay across different games has never been easier, because the biggest games and most popular markets are now all in one place. Check out Same Game Parlay Plus and find out why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Must be 19 or older. Ontario only. Please play responsibly. If you or someone you know has concerns about gambling, visit connectsontario.ca.
To compare, and you'll see why it's time to move up to Heathwood. Learn more at heathwood.com.
Truck.ca. So when you gotta move, I'll move one day. Think 2-minute truck.ca. Cause all of us movers are not the same. So that's our company name, 2-minute truck.ca. We're lots of men with lots of trucks, so give us a call today.
You're listening to Toronto Maple Leafs hockey.
The cross in front, they score!
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Leafs Radio Network.
Welcome back to Molson Leafs Hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and Maple Leafs Radio Network. Leafs lead 5-4 going into the third period. Let's take a look around the NHL scoreboard. Presented by Bet365. Visit the app for the latest odds and find out why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Must be 19 plus, Ontario only. Play responsibly.
7 games going on right now. Let's run through them pretty quick here. The Panthers are up 3-2 on the Rangers. The Predators up 3-2 on the Red Wings. Devils hold a 4-1 lead over the Senators. Capitals down 2-0 to the Islanders. Blackhawks up 2-1 on the Stars. And it's 1-1 Avalanche and Blues. Still to come, Coyotes and Ducks and Flyers and Kraken.
It's not all bad with the Maple Leafs because William Nylander now third in the NHL in scoring after that second period. So things are looking up. Let's see if Samsonov and the Maple Leafs can hold on to a lead for the third period. Joe Bowen and Jim Ralph will have the call of the third next. You're listening to Molson Leafs Hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Country to rock, hip hop to pop. Sirius XM channels like The Highway.
What's up, Leafs fans? Another awesome night here on TSI. Thank you to each and every one of you for hanging out with us. Please don't forget to hit that like button as it helps bring more Leafs fans into the chat. The more the better. A big shout out to our insiders and VIP members. Your support is truly appreciated. I cannot explain to you what it means for this community. Please consider joining our community. It's only 99 cents a month. I made it as low as possible so that we can get more and more people joining our community. Awesome member exclusive emojis in the chat during these Leafs games, and add your name to the scroll down below. Anyways, enough of the necessary evils to keep growing this amazing Toronto sports community and Maple Leafs community. Back to Leafs hockey. Go Leafs go. I'll see you guys in the chat. Peace.
after the second period, and Columbus won 12-1 when trailing. It's played around back of the net, pushed out at center ice, and that's out of the reach of its intended receiver and turns into an icing against Columbus. And McMahon got spun around a little bit. Not sure if anything more. Oh, doesn't seem to be anything more developing from it. He got hit and made the hit on Severson, and then Severson, nice. Severson gave him a little slash on the back of the leg, and apparently one of the officials was paying attention.
I'm okay with this call, but I think you got to call the embellishment too. You not agree? I mean, this was a little love tap to the back of the leg. Obviously, Pascal Vincent and the Columbus Blue Jackets are livid at this call. But you not agree, though? You got to call it. This wasn't a vicious hack.
It's kind of senseless, but you're right. Played around the boards and out and down the ice. The Leafs are 2 for 3 on the power play, and this is their fourth opportunity.
Last one took just 5 seconds.
This one will have to take a little longer. Puck down in the Toronto zone. Brought out now by Marner. Drops for Matthews. He cuts across the line. Got it in along the boards on the far side. Swung around back of the net. Quickly played. Tavares trying to free it up. Got it in front of the net. Oh, and a pass instead of a shot by Nylander. He looked like he could have stick-handled it right into the goal.
Instead, he looked for Auston Matthews' back door and didn't put it on his stick.
Riley dropping it back. Matthews comes through neutral ice. Works to the line and in. Nylander had it bounce over his stick. Counter-attack here by Columbus, and I think a penalty is coming here to Toronto.
That's an even-up call. Well, they're going to call it a trip.
And Marner's going to the box.
And it was the big boys on the ice in the game against Ottawa when the Leafs had a 2-0 lead in the second period. They gave up a short-handed goal.
2 minutes for tripping.
Yeah, I mean, Auston Matthews was in the vicinity. It actually went off the skate of the Columbus defender. Jack Roslovic went down as easy as McMahon did earlier.
Yeah, I think we can safely say that both penalties are probably
the same category.
So 4-on-4 here for 59 seconds.
Columbus actually had a 4-on-3 power play earlier in the game.
Leafs win the draw. Domi got it back. And now Liljegren stationed back of the net, waits for players to swing in the offensive zone, and it is Järnkrok who takes the pass. Works up the right wing board. He was hauled down, but no call there, and it is Liljegren going. That probably was the worst infraction of the two. Now Domi gives the puck away. It's down and along the boards. Here's the pass back to the point, off on the left wing from a sharp angle. There's no shot.
And that's off.
Oh.
Now, is there a penalty coming here? The official is very animated. The referee that blew the whistle might have a little chippiness brewing here in the third period with the Leafs holding on to a 5-4 lead. Max Domi seems to be in the middle of some things. And you know what? It was Ilya Samsonov going post to post. Not quite at the same rate that Matt Murray last year. You remember that?
He pushed fairly hard over there, though, I must admit. Draw one by Columbus. Works in on the left wing, and a shot deflected off a body and went wide of the Leaf goal, but it comes right back to the point again. Bean trying to work the near side, backhanded into the slot. That didn't work. Good hit there by McKay, but it comes back to Bean, and a deflection on a bounce there, and a pretty good pad save made by Samsonov. Well, win the period. Win the period. Play well. Get some confidence going. And a pretty good save there to start it out. Columbus trying to work it back in with Gaudreau. Knocked down on the play was the Leaf defenseman, but it is played back down into Columbus territory, and going back is Ivan Provorov. Provorov starts out. Dropping it back again. Power play now in effect for Columbus. In across the line, working to the right wing side, and the linesman says that was offside. Second power play of the game, I believe, for the Blue Jackets.
The first one was staggered over a Leaf penalty as well.
And I stand to be accurate. I don't have to be corrected.
It was Cole Sillinger at 9:56 of the second and Willie Nylander at 10:10.
And they scored on their only power play opportunity, did the Blue Jackets. Iced again by Toronto. 27 seconds left in the infraction. Brought out slowly by Provorov. He'll drop it back. Goodrow up on the right side for Roslovic. Down into the corner it goes for Marchenko. Played off the glass. It deflects towards the blue line. The Leafs can't get it out. Giordano chases his man into the corner. Marchenko spun around to get it back to the blue line. Chinnikov off on the far side, looking for a man in front. Comes back to the point. Chinnikov with a shot deflected wide of the net. Leafs trying to get to it. Still free in the offensive zone. Pushed out at center. Not close enough for Marner to break as he's out of the penalty box. Marner up on the left wing. Matthews launches one and it went off of the glove or the stick of goaltender Spencer Martin and out of play.
But boy, the move that Auston Matthews makes, lifting the defender's stick. That was Gauntz. Went to play the puck right at the Columbus blue line. But Auston Matthews comes in, quick stick lift, takes the puck, and then bursts down into the left wing circle. That is where, to me, he is so impressive.
Draw one by Toronto, rolled it in front of the net, and a shot by Marner was kicked aside by Martin. Comes back to the blue line. The Leafs are able to keep it in. Bounce to the side of the net. Matthews back of the goal. Puck in his skates. Comes away with it. Still with it. Works back on the near side. Took a shot that caromed off a skate and went in front of the net. But it's cleared by Columbus to center. Morgan Riley, a little fake, and shoots it right back in again. Down the boards goes Nyes, but it'll clear and come back out at center ice. A hit by Benoit, and that sent Roslovic sprawling. Been a bit of a physical meeting as these teams have played each other 3 times in a fairly short span of time. Played back down into the Leaf end, and there's an icing call coming here against Carolina. Columbus. Carolina involved tomorrow night. We'll have that action for you beginning at 7 o'clock at the Scotiabank Arena.
Obviously, this is the third and final time the Leafs will see Columbus this year. What's really odd about it is Leafs have played Montreal once. First game of the season in Toronto.
Draw one by the Leafs. Off under the right wing side. McCabe to the net, and that was shot wide. Kept in by Benoit. McCabe tries to center, and now it goes to Tavares. A shot right on. Taken on the chest by Martin, and the rebound cleared for him. Punched out at center ice, forcing McCabe back. He makes a good play to find Benoit. Benoit pass, looking for Nylander, was intercepted. And it is shot into the zone by Gudbranson. Along the board's far side, Benoit battles, cleared by Bertuzzi to the near wing. McCabe steps into his man. And the Leafs are going to break the puck out at center ice, where it's one-handed by Nylander down into the offensive zone. 13:54 to go third period. Leafs hanging on to a 5-4 lead. Right wing side for Andrew Peeke. Shot, sharp angle, stopped, and then smothered by Samsonov. And a face-off coming in the Toronto end. So the Maple Leafs with a 5-4 lead here in the third. And you're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on Sportsnet 590, The Fan, and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
As we say goodbye to 2023, toast your favorite NFL team for all the excitement and cheer they bring you throughout the year.
Happy New Year! This is Steve Torrey. Join Bill Leckus and me for a New Year's Eve edition of the Sunday Drive at noon Eastern for live listen-ins, guests, and playoff scenarios around the NFL.
Pumps once, throws, end zone, caught! Game over!
We close out 2023 with a bang, so join us on the Sunday Drive at noon Eastern on NFL Radio, Channel 88, and the SiriusXM app.
The best player analysts and insiders live on NHL Network Radio. Mike Johnson.
5-on-5 defensive game for Tampa is getting to the point, Gord, where it is a concern. And it's not just because Vasilevsky hasn't played the entire season. They're giving up almost 4 goals a game. No matter how good your offense is, that's not going to be able to be sustainable.
Get the latest opinion and analysis you need on the home of hockey, NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app.
The Power Play with Steve Koulias.
Not only is Sidney Crosby one of the greatest, probably top 5 NHL players of all time, and there's some non-hockey people in Pittsburgh that don't want to hear this, he's as good and as important as anyone who's ever played for the Pittsburgh Steelers. Whether you want to understand that or not, put that in your pipe and smoke it.
The Power Play.
Weekdays 3 p.m. Eastern
on NHL Network Radio,
Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app. The biggest names in the game.
Trying to get behind Ristolainen, walks in, put it between his legs, shoots it, score!
NHL play-by-play on Sirius XM.
The Leafs Radio Network.
Leafs have given up 4 goals on 14 shots. Actually, Ilya Samsonov has, and as Armin Zagarian points out, that save percentage is now down to .863, which is the last among goaltenders who have started 15 or more games. So you don't want to be at that end of the spectrum. And that is where Samsonov finds himself as he struggles through this one, leading 5-4.
Well, when you get pulled 3 times as well, that's going to ding the goals against average up a few notches.
And the save percentage reflects the struggles. There's a pass by Morgan Riley, hit a leg. He goes back to send it around on the boards for Brody, who got it ahead. And Marner gets it elevated to center ice. And now McMahon over the boards gets it down into the corner. Tries to center. Yarncrook steers it back in. McMahon got it tipped. And a glove pass is going to be called by the linesman. And face-off coming outside the Columbus Blue Jackets blue line.
Well, can the Leafs shut her down? I mean, you know, you've only given up 14 shots to this point. I don't think you can say that Columbus has overloaded the Leafs in scoring opportunities. There have been a couple of breakdowns, but every time the Leafs have had a breakdown, it's ended up in the back of the net. I mean, Samsonov did make the one big stop in the second period. A pass out from behind the goal.
Played into the corner in the Leaf zone, launched high to center, and it's going to skip its way down the rest of the way for icing. So it'll come back into the Toronto zone. Long Western road trips coming up, both the Canadian one and the California trip, after the Leafs finish their home game Saturday with Carolina.
Leafs have won 60% of the draws, but lose that one. I should have shut up before I said it.
Played along the boards, and Robertson gets it off the glass through center. Hustling after it was Yarncrook, but beaten to the puck there by the defenseman. Played up on the wing, but Robertson was able to punch it back. And now Columbus has to stretch things out in their own end in order to organize. And Johnson will send it back and get a change of players going. Right wing feed. Juracek sends it down into the Leaf end. Out of the goals, Samsonov. His pass got to Benoit. Up at center now for Matthews. Quickly to an open wing, but cut. And then offside as Marner. He couldn't straddle the line long enough, and Jake McCabe was trying to get to the loose puck on the far wing. Had he been able to do so, the Leafs had a 2-on-1 going into the offensive end.
It was more the ricochet, the angle of the ricochet, right? Instead of going in towards the Columbus zone, it came back almost right along the blue line, and that's why Marner misread, being able to stay onside. 30-14 the shots, 5-4. The Leafs holding on to the lead.
Puck down into the Toronto zone. Benoit scoops it along the boards, doesn't get it out though, and the pass comes in front with a pad save. Big rebound, and Matthews got a leg in front of that as he skated by. A huge block shot by Auston Matthews to keep the score at 5-4 Toronto. Matthews coming back at center. He's going to launch it high into the near corner. Out of the net comes Martin to play it away. And Spencer Martin is now the goaltender of record as far as the game is concerned after taking over for Elvis Merzlikins, who came down with some sort of an illness.
Yeah, it was actually as soon as Gaunt scored.
Yes.
Spencer Martin became the goalie of record.
Peak getting it out into the center ice area. Rolled down on goal. Handled there by Samsonov. Played up on the wing, and Nylander tips it out at center. Tavares unable to reach it, and neither could Bertuzzi. Off on the left wing, and a toe drag move and a shot by Voronkov was steered aside by Samsonov. Puck goes into an empty corner. Riley can't get there. Nylander tries to help out. Took his man down. Puck along the boards. Nylander poking it free. And here's Bertuzzi getting to center. And he'll backhand high into Columbus territory. Half a minute away from the midpoint of the third period. The Leafs 5 and Columbus 4. And lots of Leaf fans in attendance hooping it up in Oh-Hi-Ho. Down into the corner it goes. You can hear the chant of Go Leafs Go going as the Leafs get it to the line, but not out. Breaking a stick there was the defenseman on a shot, Juracek. And now without a cue, but is able to get to the bench now as it's cleared into the Columbus zone.
You get the feeling the Leafs are sitting back a little too much.
Severson gets it up on the right side. Juracek, yeah, I would suggest. Send it down into the Toronto end. Trying to protect a 1-goal lead. And along the boards is Camp. Got it around back of the net from McCaig. McCaig gets it up on the wing. And McMahon sends it off on the right wing side. Camp sends it down into Columbus territory. Blue Jackets are back there after it. Not sure what the chant is going there now, but everyone's having a wonderful time down in Columbus. Brought to center and in over the line, but the Leafs come away with it. Cleared by Robertson to center. Shot right back into the Toronto end, and it's going to go all the way around the boards to the far side. Back to the Toronto goal. Blanked off the boards for Robertson. Chipped out at center again. Leafs try to get it in deep. Yarncrook got it to the blue line. Al Robertson is able to play it in deep, and goaltender Martin will leave it there for his defense. Leafs are changing. Likewise, the Blue Jackets. Eric Gabranson, one of the assistant captains for the Blue Jackets. Pass comes up on the left wing. An angle shot handled easily there by Samsonov. And he stops play. Face-off coming in the Toronto zone as the Maple Leafs have a 5-4 lead over the Columbus Blue Jackets. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
At Bet365, we don't do ordinary. That's why we've introduced Same Game Parlay Plus. It's a game changer. Making a same game parlay across different games has never been easier because the biggest games and most popular markets are now all in one place. Check out Same Game Parlay Plus and find out why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Must be 19 or older. Ontario only. Please play responsibly. If you or someone you know has concerns about gambling, visit connectsontario.ca.
Think 2 men in a truck, 2 men in a truck.ca. So when you gotta move, all moving day. Think 2 men in a truck, 2 men in a truck.ca. Cause all of us movers are not the same. So that's our company name, 2 men in a truck.ca. We're lots of men with lots of trucks, so give us a call today.
Move up to Heathwood. Hi, I'm Hugh Herron. Experience a new level of luxury at Williamsburg Green. Your new single-family home will have all the modern features you dream about, even a fully finished lower level. Kitchener's newest master plan community with bike trails, parks, and a new library. Williamsburg Green has it all. It's time to move up to Heathwood. Learn more at heathwood.com.
You're listening to Toronto Maple Leafs hockey.
2 good saves, 3 good saves, another shot, 4 good saves made.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Leafs Radio Network.
Maple Leafs with a 5-4 lead with 8:36 left to play here in the third period. Hey, my Fighting Irish of Notre Dame won 40-8 today over Arizona State.
Pretty bad goaltending in that one.
Played high to center, wrapped to the line and in by Marner. He chases after it, can't get it away there from Juracek, who played it up on the wing, but Jake McCabe is able to keep it in. Marner in the near corner tried to center, and it went off a skate and is caromed all the way out at center ice. McCabe back for Marner, flips it in, bounces to the side of the goal. Played up on the right wing boards now, and it is Roslovic coming through center. Got to the line. Wedged to the boards there by Morgan Riley. Puck goes to Matthews. Matthews pass up the wing. A little bit too far for Nyes, but down into Columbus territory nonetheless. And the Blue Jackets have to go back for it. Gudbranson weaves his way down the left wing and into the zone. Stutter step there as he worked into the corner. Taken to the boards by Brody. That's drawn a crowd. Tavares is in there as well. Brody chips it into the near corner. Morgan Riley got it up on the wing, but Nylander couldn't get it past the pinching defenseman. But now it's able to be played out at center ice by Toronto. And Nylander, or is that Bertuzzi, got tangled up there. And now here are the Blue Jackets getting it back in with a shot. And that went high and wide. Another shot from the point goes over top of the Leaf goal. Down into the left wing corner. Here are the Blue Jackets with it again. Trying to work the boards is Jake Bean. Bean gets it back along the wall to the left point. Shot coming, and it's deflected and knocked down by Morgan Riley, and then elevated out at center ice for Bertuzzi to play it down into the zone. Tavares going in there against Gudbranson. Got it around back of the net, but lost his stick in the exchange. And it's brought out at center ice now by Columbus. They get in with a long shot that bounced wide harmlessly of the lead goal. Played into the corner for Gaudreau. Johnny Gaudreau circling out. Drops it back to the point. Shot coming. Deflected! And I don't know if Samsonov saw that, but it trickled to his pad. And fortunately, the pad was down. Now here is Kemp centering in front of the Columbus goal, and it's knocked away by Gaudreau.
Samsonov had no idea. He was looking to his left. The puck was right by his right pad.
Shot from an angle. Scores!
Knows where that one is. Fantilli off the left wing goes far side on Samsonov. And the Blue Jackets have tied it on their 19th shot of the game. 5-5. Give Fantilli credit. Got some room in the middle of the ice. Was able to dangle into the Leaf zone. Beat David Kampf at center. I know Jake McCabe is thinking I've got him perfectly. We talk about that little toe drag move. Fantilli did that. Changed the angle to deliver it through the legs of McCabe. And the game is tied at 5.
10th goal of the season for Adam Fantilli.
And what we've talked about it, though, the Leafs have been trying to sit back and protect the lead. And it cost them here. And we'll see what the damage will end up being.
Gaudreau gets the lone assist. And now here are the Blue Jackets getting it back to the point. Peake sends it off on the left wing. Centering shot from a sharp angle went wide, and it's going to bounce all the way out and down into Columbus territory. Don't look at me like that. I'm just doing the game.
Fine.
Brought on by Andrew Peake. He bounces it down off the official skate. And Brody ends up getting knocked down over in the corner and then gets run into and shoved by Texier.
Leafs have only had 4 shots on goal here in the third. 5:23 to go. And like I said, it was almost as if the mentality was, whatever we do, don't give them a scoring chance.
Which is just asking for that, and it happened.
When you play not to make a mistake, you find yourself in trouble.
Played out at center ice. Morgan Riley got it back, deflected down into Columbus territory. Marner in pursuit, but it'll be swung around the boards. Kept in at the point there, and a good play by Riley for Nyes. Nyes to his forehand. Got it off on the wing. Now Marner into the slot. Still with it. Trying to send it to the front of the goal. It was blocked. Marner gets a loose puck to settle down into the corner. Now to Matthews. Matthews doesn't shoot it. Gives it back to Marner. He'll shoot it, but it's high over top of the net. Matthews with good puck retrieval. Good pressure here from the Leafs big line. Matthews dropping for Riley. Riley looks back at Matthews, then circles the net with it. Sends it in front of the goal. Oh, what a chance. Another shot by Matthews is stopped. Nyes had a glorious chance in front of the net, and it went right over his stick. Riley back in. Close play on the offside there, but Matthews after it into the corner. This line has had some good opportunities here tonight. And Marner and Matthews have both scored. But they're going to need another one. Now brought on by Nylander. Flipped in for Bertuzzi, left wing corner. Bertuzzi unable to get to it. And it's cleared to the line, and it's going to bounce past Giordano and come to center ice. Then a bad pass by Giordano sends it deeper into his own zone. He'll get a return feed from Liljegren. Got it up on the wing and just did get it out. Columbus back in their own zone. 3:46 left in regulation. And an icing call coming here against the Blue Jackets with 3 minutes and 42 seconds left to play in a 5-5 tie. Nyes just did get his stick lifted a little bit by Gauntz, I believe.
But then still a nice little play to get it to Auston Matthews by Mitch Marner. And Spencer Martin came up with his best save and most timely save of the night.
Draw one by Toronto. Here's Benoit shooting off a pad there, and the net dislodged by the goalkeeper. Or was it? No, it's apparently going to be outside the blue line, so a Leaf must have dislodged the net.
It was a rather animated point, wasn't it, from the official?
A little rude.
33-19 the shots.
Tied at 5. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on Sportsnet 590 at the Fan and Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Here's what's happening on Sirius XM Sports.
Preparing for the crucial NFL Week 17. Sirius XM NFL Radio with a comprehensive look at all the matchups this coming weekend, including the impact of the quarterback changes. Some playoff berths will be decided. The full story at Sirius XM NFL Radio, Channel 88, and the Sirius XM app.
Sirius XM Sports. Wherever you are, your team plays here.
24/7 hockey talk.
One of the greatest goaltenders of all time, Patrick Waugh. When you put your hands up, did you know at that moment that you were done?
No, I did not. Unfortunately, it happened. Just gave me a chance to have a fresh start somewhere else and be traded to Colorado was a good opportunity. Sometimes you need that little, change, and it was welcome for me.
Sirius XM NHL Network Radio. Sirius XM 91. And on your schedule with the Sirius XM app. The Point with Boomer Gordon.
18 months ago, I had New Flyers head coach John Tortorella. And I asked him what he was worried about the club, and he said, I don't like the room. We have a bad room. And I'm like, you haven't even coached this team yet. A year and a half later, John Tortorella loves his room. He loves this team, and he loves that they compete every night.
Point with Boomer Gordon. 1 p.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app. The best hockey lives here.
Burns gets it back. Stick handles to the backhand. Moves in front. Score!
NHL play-by-play on Sirius XM.
The Leafs 5 and the Blue Jackets 5.
Well, now for Adam Fantilli, who went 3rd overall in the draft last year. He now has 12 points in his last 13 games. 6 goals, 12 points.
Draw one by Toronto, but it slides all the way back into the Toronto end. McCabe, a little head fake there to gain center ice, then ran into a traffic jam. Leafs come away with the loose puck. Fed off to Benoit. He's going to snap it deep into Columbus territory. Blue Jackets come away with it. Escape back at center. Launched in by Marchenko. Out of the net, Samsonov to scoop it around to the near wing. And it's poked out at center ice. And Bertuzzi trying to get it ahead for the captain. And he does. Tavares launches a shoot in well wide of the goal. And Bertuzzi is able to get there, but now can't get it on his stick cleanly. That's drawn a crowd. And now grabbed off by Marner, who is over the boards. Marner down the left wing. Tried to center in front. And a one-timer tried there by Matthews was deflected wide. Comes in front again. And the Blue Jackets under duress send it out and down the ice for an icing.
Boy, this line has been great. Mitch Marner has looked in top form. As again, all those tight turns. When he's on, Joe, what we're seeing now is what he does at high speed, which is so hard to defend against. Feet are moving, the tight turns, get away from the defenders. And another great setup that
and
almost,
then the vision.
Yeah.
Right. Draw scrummed in the circle. And Columbus is able to launch it high and get it down into the Leaf end. 2.5 minutes to play in the third. Brought back in over the line by Nyes. Now to Marner. Marner sidestepped one but couldn't make a pass. Nyes adding some support there. The puck comes free. Cleared to the line but not out. Ripped right back in again by Brody. Down the boards and is played off a stick. Kept alive by Matthews, who knocked that right out of midair. Round back of the net it goes. Nyes can't get to it. And it's grabbed off by Alexander Texier, who brings it down the left wing into the Leaf zone. Pulls up off Matthews' stick. Corralled there by Gauntz, but the Leafs have it again, and they get it to center, and now onto the right wing. Oh, and overskating it and putting himself offside was Simon Benoit. And he is a little exasperated by that misfortune right at the blue line because he had a man going hard to the net that he might have been able to utilize.
So that was Mitch Marner with a little behind-the-back pass as Benoit had the right side of the rink to himself and was unable to pick it up. Well, he just overskated it, put himself offside.
Minute 50 left in regulation as it's punched down into the Toronto end, forcing McCabe back. Bank pass off the end boards to Benoit. Launched high to center, deflects in off the stick there of Yarncrook. Pushed deeper into Columbus territory. Domi couldn't come up with it. Benoit was able to knock it down, but then it's brought out at center ice and rolled towards the Leaf goal. Played away there by Samsonov. One of the Leafs went piling into the net, but apparently didn't dislodge it. And now here are the Blue Jackets back in. That was McCabe, and he seems to be limping a little bit. Around the boards to the far side. Leafs don't get it out. McCabe definitely under some duress. Ties up his man, gets in a bit of a shoving session back of the goal. Comes around on the near wing, but the Leafs are going to get to it, and Gregor gets it out at center ice. And from center ice, Yarncrook gets it the rest of the way. McCabe looking better as he headed to the bench. Blue Jackets play it back into their own end. Under a minute to play in the third. Pass up the middle, deflects into Toronto territory. No icing. Brody taken down on the play. Got it ahead to Morgan Rielly. Rielly just plays it out at center. A foot race here that Nylander won't win as Jake Bean had a head start on him. Blue Jackets back in their own end. 20 seconds left to play. At the blue line, dropped back. Gudbranson trying to send it ahead, had it strike Nylander. 10 seconds left, and it looks like the Jackets are just going to wear down the clock and send this one to overtime. And that will happen now.
Well, at least now back-to-back games blow 2-goal leads. So we're getting a look at Jake McCabe trying to shake off whatever it is that's bothering him. Looks to be right knee or right ankle, maybe, Joe?
Yeah, I think something.
Yeah, I think it was how he fell. I don't know if it was slamming into the post or not. But now here's another stat that needs to be rectified. Ilya Samsonov in overtime is 1-5 on the year. His only win was the season opener at home against the Montreal.
What's up, Leafs fans? Another awesome night here on TSI. Thank you to each and every one of you for hanging out with us. Please don't forget to hit that like button, as it helps bring more Leafs fans into the chat. The more the better. A big shout out to our insiders and VIP members. Your support is truly appreciated. I cannot explain to you what it means for this community. Please consider joining our community. It's only 99 cents a month. I made it as low as possible so that we can get more and more people joining our community. Awesome member exclusive emojis in the chat during these Leafs games, and add your name to the scroll down below. Anyways, enough of the necessary evils to keep growing this amazing Toronto sports community and Maple Leafs community. Back to Leafs hockey. Go Leafs go. I'll see you guys in the chat. Peace.
Laugh in the face of snow because you drive a Subaru. As in, when I unhibernate, I have the roads all to myself because my Subaru has symmetrical full-time all-wheel drive and others don't. Or, the award-winning safety in my Subaru means I can unhibernate all winter while my neighbors stare longingly from their bedroom windows. Or my favorite usage, I am going to unhibernate this winter by visiting my local Subaru dealer today. Welcome to Uncommon Winter Confidence.
You're listening to Toronto Maple Leafs hockey. On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Leafs Radio Network.
We head to overtime. And the Maple Leafs in overtime this year are 7-6. And the Blue Jackets are 2-7. But you've already mentioned Ilya Samsonov's struggles.
Well, even coming into this game, and again, you're talking about what ifs. If you flip those overtime losses to wins, Samsonov would be 10-2.
We might not be having this discussion as often, but it's still there. He has Leafs to the left and the Jackets to the right, and the Blue Jackets get it ahead up on the left wing for Gaudreau from an angle. Couldn't shoot it. Played around back of the net, and the Leafs come away with it. McCabe starting up ice and waiting for Matthews to kind of sift back as the puck comes back now to Marner. Marner and Matthews hit the line. Matthews works to the front of the net. The pass was out of his reach. He'll try to come up with it now back of the goal, and does, but can't get it out in front cleanly. And now it's the Blue Jackets trying to break, but it is taken back by Justin Danforth to stretch things out and get a change. Leafs have done likewise. Nylander over the boards. Puck goes back to the blue line, and Provorov will organize as he gets it up on the right side. Brought on now by Fantilli. Adam Fantilli in with a shot. Glove save made there by Samsonov, who quickly threw it aside, and Nylander starts back. Nylander getting it up on the left wing for Morgan Riley. Hustling to the front of the net was Yarncrook, but he couldn't get him the puck. Puck in the corner. Yarncrook along the boards now trying to find an outlet, but he's double teamed in there. Nylander was slow to react, and now it's played out at center ice, and a chance now for the Blue Jackets in with a backhand. Oh, what a chance Fantilli had there, and he set it wide of the goal. Leafs play it back behind the net for Nylander. Pass up through center. In across the line. Matthews in for Liljegren, and that was thwarted as it was knocked off his stick. Centering pass comes back. Cleared back out at center, and Matthews has to hustle back to take it away there from Marchenko. Matthews circling in the center ice area. Liljegren had a glorious chance. Here's Matthews in over the line. Rink wide pass. Liljegren holds, works into the corner. Back for Matthews. He won't shoot it. Now he drops it back for Liljegren. Liljegren just does keep it in. Liljegren to Matthews, who looked like he was heading back to the bench. Now gives it off to Marner, and they're going to try it once more. Marner to the line and in. Marner works into the corner, but had it knocked away by Kent Johnson. Stolen by Matthews, but he couldn't keep it in at the blue line.
Boy, he had Marner wide open going to the net.
Now it's brought back in by Matthews. 2-on-2. Drop pass goes to McCabe, and then a shot by Matthews. Went off the side of the goal, but he's been on a long time. And Matthews getting to the bench now without any damage done. Jake Bean. Domi out there for Toronto. Brought on by Columbus. A long shot is whistled over top of the Leaf goal, and it is caromed and gone up into the screen and out of play. And Samsonov was down, and we can't see him right now. We don't have a camera shot of him, but he looked a little uncomfortable getting back up after all of that.
Now we've got Max Domi has come out, the third shift Auston Matthews has been out twice with Marner. You've had Yarncroc and Nylander, but still no John Tavares.
Samsonov looks okay. That time Tavares lost the draw. Packs, they score.
And John Tavares was out to take the draw.
Johnny Gaudreau scores the game-winning goal in overtime. And Ilya Samsonov's record falls to 5-2-6. And gives up 6 goals
on 20 shots. So Samsonov back-to-back 6-5 losses in overtime to Columbus. Let's get to the 3 stars.
All right, they are brought to you by Molson and the 3 stars.
Well, because he ended up scoring to end the game. Let's go Johnny Gaudreau, first star, a goal and 3 points on the night. Auston Matthews will go with star number 2. For Matthews, a goal and 2 points. I like Morgan Riley's game, 3 assists, but let's go Mitch Marner, star number 3, with a goal and an assist as well.
All right, well, probably, and we're going to have to double check this, but for the 6th time in their careers, the core 4 of Marner, Matthews, Nylander, and Tavares all scored. Now, first time that they did it on the road, but possibly the first time that they have lost when scoring that often, and the other times at home. So, I mean, I feel for him. We understand it, but you just can't be giving up this kind of goals
every game.
Every game.
And it's hard. It's very difficult to break down. How did they play? They gave up 20 shots on the road.
You would have to think that's pretty good.
Yeah,
pretty good number.
Too bad. And you lose 6-5. And I don't know. Do you just say, "Hey, better than Buffalo"?
No,
and move on. It's been a tough stretch, and the Leafs have to try to figure it out. Especially if their goaltender can't.
All right, we will ship it off to Ailish Forfar and Justin Cuthbert for the post-game show as the Leafs drop a 6-5 overtime decision to the Columbus Blue Jackets. You've been listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
You've been listening to Molson Leafs Hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Leafs Radio Network. There's a Molson with your name on it.
Let's go, football fans.
This week on Let's Go with Tom Brady and Larry Fitzgerald and me, Jim Gray.
Special guest, John Legend.
The big comeback against the Falcons, Mr. Kraft booked me to play that party regardless of win or lose. You finally came back and won the game in such legendary fashion. You made my gig a lot easier.
Listen now to the extended version of Let's Go, exclusively on the SiriusXM app, included with all our trials and popular plans.
Let's go, baby.
Let's go. The best player analysts and insiders live on NHL Network Radio. Mike Johnson.
5-on-5 defensive game for Tampa is getting to the point, Gord, where it is a concern. And it's not just because Vasilevsky hasn't played the entire season. They're giving up almost 4 goals a game. No matter how good your offense is, that's not going to be able to be sustainable.
Get the latest opinion and analysis you need on the home of hockey, NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91, and the SiriusXM app.
The Power Play with Steve Koulias.
Not only is Sidney Crosby one of the greatest, probably top 5 NHL players of all time, and there's some non-hockey people in Pittsburgh that don't want to hear this, he's as good and as important as anyone who's ever played for the Pittsburgh Steelers. Whether you want to understand that or not, put that in your pipe and smoke it.
The Power Play. Weekdays 3 p.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91, and the SiriusXM app. 24/7 hockey talk.
One of the greatest goaltenders of all time. Patrick Waugh, when you put your hands up, did you know at that moment that you were done?
No, I did not. Unfortunately, it happened. Just gave me a chance to have a fresh start somewhere else and be traded to Colorado was a good opportunity. Sometimes you need that little, change, and it was welcome for me.
SiriusXM, NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91, and on your schedule with the SiriusXM app. The Point with Boomer Gordon.
18 months ago, I had New Flyers head coach John Tortorella. And I asked him what he was worried about the club, and he said, "I don't like the room. We have a bad room." And I'm like, "You haven't even coached this team yet." A year and a half later, John Tortorella loves his room. He loves this team, and he loves that they compete every night.
Points with Boomer Gordon. 1 p.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app.
If you're a soccer fan, you know that this music means one thing. The Champions League is on Sirius XM FC.
Hat-trick for Erling Haaland. Kane scores!
The top teams from around Europe are battling for club soccer's holy grail.
Real Madrid do what they do best. What a start for Inter!
Hear all the top Champions League matches all tournament long on Sirius XM FC 157 and streaming on the Sirius XM app.
Hockey lives here.
Suzuki sweeps it. There's a chance. Rebound, Caulfield shoots and scores.
NHL play-by-play on Sirius XM.
Fan of the Maple Leafs Radio Network, Ailish Forfar and Justin Cuthbert here for your post-game show. Now, I don't know if I'm living in like a vortex, but I thought we already did a 6-5 overtime loss to the Columbus Blue Jackets with Ilya Samsonov in net. Did we just do another one?
Excuse me. We just did. We did another one. The only difference, like, you could have convinced me that they were the same, but the Maple Leafs actually like dominated overtime last time they had the opportunity to win. In the bonus frame, like, they were
because
okay
they had
in overtime.
They had scored 5 goals leading into overtime.
They had a little heat behind it. They were feeling good about themselves. I think they limped into overtime a little bit in this game because they maybe predictably gave up that game tying goal to the Columbus Blue Jackets in the third period.
Man, it's tough. Like, there's some positives to take from this game. You know, the core four was putting pucks in the net. There were some nice goals scored, but it is all going to be, at least for the next little while, what happens with Ilya Samsonov. They've now lost 2 overtime 6-5 losses to the Columbus Blue Jackets in the same month. Ilya Samsonov was in net for all of those 12 goals. We have had this, like, we flirted the idea around of Dennis Hildeby, and now it has become like, I really do think this was the nail in the coffin for Ilya Samsonov. I think I've said it before, but this time I really believe it because I just think you're giving up points that you need by starting him. There is no belief anymore. There is no, like, the team didn't rally with the idea that Samsonov needed them. They didn't play harder. They still gave up errors. They blew multiple leads. And it's just like it's hit the end of the road, I think.
Yeah, I think I was there beforehand, and now that we've seen another example, like, I'm not changing my mind. I was trying to give him a little grace because I didn't think it was the worst possible game from him. No. But the 5th goal, the one that was the backbreaker, the one that gets you to an overtime period, the one that prevents you ultimately from getting 2 points tonight, the one that makes it so that you've lost now twice this season, 6-5 in overtime to the lowly Columbus Blue Jackets. Well, that was all on Ilya Samsonov. And I don't think anyone, fan, coach, player, anyone loosely connected to this team will feel comfortable when he's in the net. And I don't know, is it the equivalent to a quarterback? I don't think quite to that extent, but it is an immensely important part of a team. The most important part of a team when you're talking about winning a hockey game. If your goaltender doesn't show up, it's not like your third line left winger not doing anything. It's far more detrimental than that. And every time Samsonov is in net, it's a problem.
He's got the worst.
You can't just keep doing it.
He's got the worst save percentage in the NHL, the entire NHL. Like, anything else is almost like the point is moot at this point. The point is moot. There's really just nothing else to be said. And I think there were some hesitations before because, all right, your decor was a little bit shaken. Now you've got Giordano back, so. I mean, that's not really an excuse. Your forwards are fine. It's your goaltending is your biggest bugaboo right now, and it is Ilya Samsonov. And there were some hesitations on the other side with Dennis Hildeby because he's young and he's having a really great AHL season. He hasn't had an NHL start. This is his first pro year, and he's got 12 or 13 starts under his belt now. But there's no way in my heart that Dennis Hildeby can give you less than what Ilya Samsonov is giving you, right? Like, I really don't think that this guy that's rocking the AHL and is riding on confidence could even come in and get, you know, whatever happened to that Magnus guy last night for the San Jose Sharks and the Edmonton Oilers. Like, I really don't think that that's what's going to happen. And if it does, it's okay because it's this guy's first opportunity. You've just given Samsonov time and time again to prove himself, and I think we've seen the proof.
Hildeby's 22 years old. He's played 16 games in North America. Just 16 games in North America.
I feel more confident with this guy that I've never seen play hockey at this point. And I know we're all jumping to get rid of Ilya Samsonov, but you're telling me that the players in the room, we have both played some level of hockey. You know when there's somebody with a little bit less confidence, you are aware when you look around the room that this guy isn't on his game. You play differently, and the team is playing differently for the worse in front of him. It's very, very, it's untenable, Justin.
Yeah, it is. And again, you can, I was pinpointing mistakes that the Maple Leafs were making in their own end that caused or created some chances for the Columbus Blue Jackets. You could be making those errors because you are so tight, because you don't believe the goalie is going to be able to bail you out if a mistake is made. And maybe that creates mistakes unto itself. But just back to Hildeby in 16 and being 22 and all that stuff. I don't think you can do irreparable damage to a goaltender's psyche, to their trajectory, to their future by throwing them in a game. If it doesn't go so well, it's not the end of the world.
He's young, and he'll go back to the AHL and continue to get better, and you'll see him maybe full-time in the Leafs uniform in a year or two.
And he can watch maybe 3 or 4 games in a stint that he's up from the bench and just experience what the NHL is. I think those are good learning things. But if the Maple Leafs just don't show up defensively in front of Dennis Hildeby,
well, then it's not going to look much different.
It's not going to look much different. And what would be the point? So I do think these things are connected. But the root issue, if we're identifying the root cause of the Maple Leafs issues right now, it is unequivocally Ilya Samsonov. And something needs to be done about it, or the team is going to sag from a performance standpoint even more than we've seen so far. The professionalism that we expect from taking points off lesser teams, that's going to continue to not get there. And it actually might cause irreparable damage to a team that can't afford to give up points in the standings. I mean, we might be past, the Bruins are not way ahead that you're never catching them. But you're never making up the points you've already lost.
So how much of this, Samsonov is his own disaster. But I'm seeing a lot of dialogue right now about, well, you kind of put him in that opportunity. What did you expect tonight? What was the best case scenario? And we said it. Samsonov steals a game. He plays well against the Columbus Blue Jackets. Are you fixing him at this point? Is it malpractice to send him out continuously to get shelled? This is now every start is bad. Is there just a limit to testing the waters with this guy? Was this it? I'm seeing a lot of discussion, and I'm hearing people in the text line even they shouldn't even have started him. At the beginning of this game, I saw total validity to start him. If you're going to pick a back-to-back, which we have right now, obviously the Leafs are in Columbus, and tomorrow they play Carolina. The decision was to start Ilya Samsonov tonight. You're not going to do a Martin Jones back-to-back, and there's nobody else. So you kind of had to start him. But at some point, it's putting points in the hands of the other teams when he's going to perform at this level. So the other solution just really isn't there yet.
Last 4 games for Samsonov in terms of appearances: 6-5 loss tonight against the Columbus Blue Jackets, a 9-3 loss to Buffalo, a 6-5 loss to the Columbus Blue Jackets, a 4-3 loss to the New York Islanders. He's given up 21 goals in those 4 games.
So bad.
It is reaching a point where it would be considered malpractice. But again, at this point, you don't have any other.
Okay, so let's find a trade.
Solution.
If they're, let's say the Maple Leafs organization is really protective of Dennis Hildeby, and they can be, whatever. I get the logic behind being protective of Dennis Hildeby. Joseph Wall, let's say, is a month and a half, 2 months. I don't know. We haven't got an update actually in a long time on Joseph Wall, so that'd be nice.
Just say a month.
A month. You need to get another goaltender right now. There's too many opportunities down the road that are going to line up for points to be left on the table. If you're not going to bring up Hildeby, Michael Hutchinson's on waivers. I could barely say it without laughing.
I know.
But are you telling me that they didn't even just for 10 seconds go, what's his numbers this year? Dennis Hildeby, Michael Hutchinson. You can't have that. But there's got to be somebody that is not the worst goaltender in the NHL who statistically is on your team. Anybody is an improvement. As crazy as a statement that is, every other goaltender is an improvement on Ilya Samsonov.
Michael Hutchinson was a crisis in Toronto, and he's since adopted a crisis haircut since moving on.
Yeah, he looks
I don't know if I want to open that door. But again,
but you understand the logic of what I'm saying.
Something has to happen.
Every goaltender is better than Ilya Samsonov right now.
Yes, 100%. Because not every goaltender is actively dealing with, can I do this? Yeah. Like, again, I'm not in his head. But clearly, something along those lines is happening right now. And you kind of got to save him from himself. And again, I didn't think tonight was as bad.
I agree. Like, out of how many goals? 6? But 3 goals that you want back?
But you got to think about what the next step is. Yeah. If it wasn't as bad, but still was bad, was as bad, was worse in terms of the actual result, even if he felt better about his game tonight and it still didn't matter, how is he going to feel next time out?
And then you think about what's going on. Your other option is, okay, so let's say you do call up Hildeby and you send Samsonov down. Do you think that that's going to help him feel better about himself and he's going to play so good for the Marlies and he's going to come back with, like, you know, big, bold chest and feel brave and proud? No, I really don't think that is the type of guy. And we've seen this in this experiment with Ilya Samsonov, who's very honest about how he's feeling, maybe to a fault, because now we feel like we know him really well and we can judge like where his mind is at. But I don't think he's the guy that's going to take getting demoted to the Marlies mid-season to lose his starting job to not only Joseph Woll, but Martin Jones, to go to the Marlies, play a couple games, feel good about himself, and then come back with this rejuvenated feeling. Like, I honestly think that you couldn't lay that out and make me feel less like I would believe that path. So that's option one. And then we did see what happened with Jack Campbell, who's been in the same situation, got sent down to the AHL, and now has lost the starting AHL job. I mean, that would be like its worst case news. Like, I think he needs to move to a different, like, just a refreshed world.
The good news is, I think you can solve a problem and find your solution at the same time. Like, I don't think it's out of the question that Brad Treliving's move, which we're all waiting on, which we all expect to happen before the deadline, he's got to add a defenseman. I mean, Samsonov's salary and contract is not unmovable. Jack Campbell's is. Like, you're stuck with that. There's nothing you can do about that. There's nothing. Samsonov's got 1 year. He's on that year. He is easily disposable. So maybe this expedites the process. Maybe you can find a silver lining there where it's like, okay, let's do this now. Let's pay a little more to get it done now because we need to move off this goaltender. We need to use the $3.55 million he's owed. We need to spend the near $8 million you could have between Klingberg and Samsonov if you go out and shop.
Well, let me tell you
a couple goaltenders in Calgary.
Let me tell you how quickly you need to shop, Justin. Their next game is tomorrow night, and then they play another back-to-back on Tuesday and Wednesday on the West Coast with 10:30 and 9 o'clock start times p.m. Their next
is that San Jose? Hildeby San Jose. Are we? Is that a crazy?
Well, they
thought?
start with the Kings on Tuesday, and then they play the Anaheim Ducks. So yeah, they don't play the Sharks until after. But this is a back-to-back, and then their next games are back-to-backs. So if you're getting a goaltender, you got to get him in real quick, or you're seeing Samsonov on Tuesday or Wednesday of next week. That's it, because then you have a pretty long stretch where there are no back-to-backs. Oh, just kidding. There's another one the next week. Okay, they need a goalie. Like, they need to tonight. They need to be calling around.
There's no way you can't you can't massage your way around this situation. It is Samsonov if he's dressing. It's Samsonov's got to play if he's on your starting active roster. If he's available, if he's in pads, he's got to go in a couple times over the next couple weeks.
In the next 2 weeks, they have 2 more back-to-backs. Okay, so I like, you're at least going to see Samsonov. You would have to see Samsonov at least 2 of those games in the next 2 weeks, and that's without even just giving regular rest to Martin Jones. That's him starting every other game.
And the other part of this is it's not like you can't stand to upgrade. Like, Martin Jones is played well. He's not a savior. He's not the guy that, like, it's not like you're looking at the Samsonov stars and be like, wow, we have a major issue here, but boy, aren't we lucky to have this goaltender handling 80% of the duties. It's not really like that. Martin Jones is a little patchwork himself. So if you could upgrade on not just Samsonov, but your goaltending situation overall, you can bring in someone, have room to still stash Jones because you've given up on Samsonov at that point, and then welcome Joseph Woll back, and then you have a plethora of options. Martin Jones brought in to be a number 3, not the number 1. So you could still stand to benefit from bringing in a goaltender on multiple fronts.
Yeah, it's clearly the weakest point of their roster when going into the season, we pinpointed that as defense, right? We felt pretty good about Ilya Samsonov considering that hot streak he had last season. He was one of the best guys in the NHL for a good amount of time when it mattered. Didn't have the hottest final couple minutes of the Leafs season, right? And then Joseph Woll came out and he impressed us all. And I thought, okay, maybe you can wait a little bit on goaltending. One injury and one poor performance later, that's the biggest weakness on your roster. And you've got to address it in really quick fashion at this point, or you're just giving away points to teams and you're going to leave things on the table. And eventually, when it comes down to playoff standings, you're going to look back at losing to Columbus twice. You're going to look at losing to Ottawa, losing to Buffalo, and think, maybe we shouldn't have just given those games to a guy we're trying to mold into someone he's not.
When it's sunrise, game 1 of the Stanley Cup playoffs, you're going to be thinking about these points, right? When it's Matthew Tkachuk without being beat up over the course of 4 rounds, and Montour, and Ekblad, and Reinhart, and Barkov, when they're at their freshest, and you got to deal with them in their barn because you could not get the points against Columbus, you decided to wait for Joseph Woll to return, you might be kicking yourself. The urgency is here now for the goaltender, like we thought it might be for the defenseman. They were able to just push that aside, deal with it. Simone Benoit stepped up. Lagesson stepped up. They've had good performances back there. They pushed back the need for a defenseman, but nothing can push back the need for a goaltender right now, whether it's internal or external.
All right, let's finish on some more positive notes because it's the holiday season. It's time for cheer.
More gifts?
I have no gifts. William Nylander, now 3rd in the league in scoring. We had
another multi-point effort.
We had a little bit of a, did Willie get lost in Sweden? Did he take his time coming back the first couple games after Sweden? Because it was like the William Nylander tour. And I think that he's quietly found his return. It's been tough, though, because Auston Matthews is the talk of the town every night, right? Other than Ilya Samsonov. In a more positive light, Matthews again with another goal. He's got 15 in this month, and he has an opportunity to make history if he can get a couple more tomorrow night against the Carolina Hurricanes. He has been so good. 29 goals so far this season. But William Nylander deserves a little bit of praise because sometimes it's like you can only have one or the other going. And they're both going pretty well right now.
Yeah, he's got 2 of the 5 longest point streaks this season. 1 of 17, 1 of 13, currently on that 13-game streak. They've only played 33 games, so he's been streaking for 30 of 33 games this entire season. And, you know, he had some moments tonight, right? It wasn't exactly, he took the penalty that resulted in, I believe, the game-tying goal. And it wasn't a masterclass, or it was maybe the full, actually, that's more accurately put, the full Nylander experience, where there's about 5% that's not so great, but the rest of the 95 is really, really brilliant stuff. And his goal tonight was awesome. Like, there's only a few guys in the league that are doing the things that he did or doing what he did to score on that power play. I mean, William Nylander, even when he kind of goes away a little bit, he's still putting up points. It's been a special season for him, but you're right, it's getting a little bit overshadowed by the Auston Matthews brilliance and the amount of goals he's scored. And then Mitch Marner's starting to pick it up a little bit too and getting some of that shine.
I really liked the Benoit fight tonight. I liked his fight back. I like him as a player. Like, I think he's been very underrated. Of course, he was kind of like not even rated coming in, right? Like, no, who's this Benoit guy? He's been pretty good for the Maple Leafs. And I like that he got a little dirty with the team tonight because that got a little physical from the second period onwards. Leafs were getting pushed around. They pushed back, but I thought it was a good fight. Good to see, someone step up.
Yeah, it seemed like he was playing a lot tonight. I guess I could pull it up now, but it seemed like he's logging second pairing minutes in a world where Liljegren's back and Giordano's back. Played a lot lately, 17 minutes last time against Columbus, averaging almost 16 a game throughout the month of December. Like, he's become a pretty important piece for this Maple Leafs team. And
16 minutes.
16 minutes. Like he was involved. And there was another play. Like there's some left to be desired. But the fight was great. Good Branson might get more plaudits for it than Simone Benoit.
Yeah, it's okay.
But this guy has been part of that pushing back the need to do something knee-jerk or drastic or something you might regret. It's been a really quality ad. Noah Gregor's kind of the Benoit of the forwards. And
he's a little speedster.
He had a couple moments tonight too. Like again, at the margins, Treliving's done well. But the thing that everyone's going to judge him on here, I think in year one, is what he does right now with the goalies.
Yeah. It's there's been some quiet successes, Legason, Benoit, Gregor, but I mean all of that takes a back burner if you continue to roll out Samsonov and just allow your team to start a game from behind, it feels like. Anything else you want to add?
No, I don't have much more.
That was Sheldon Keefe's 300th game as a regular season game as a Maple Leafs head coach. And
a rare one, another one added to the overtime loss column.
Yeah, that was the 14th overtime goal for the game. Sorry, not goal. 14th overtime game for the Maple Leafs, the most in the NHL. You get to see more Columbus Blue Jackets. We have a little look around here, the NHL, before we say goodbye. All right, folks. The NHL Scoreboard is presented by Bet365. Visit the app for the latest odds and find out why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Must be 19 plus, Ontario only. Play responsibly.
Okay, a bunch of finals.
Can you read all the goals against averages of all the goaltenders?
I will.
And all of their available
whatever's applicable. I mean, UC Soros did give up 5 tonight, so
never mind.
Not even the solutions. Maybe I'm just kidding. We need UC Soros. Stat here in Toronto. In Sunrise, 4-3, the Panthers beat the Rangers. As we know, the Blue Jackets got a 6-5 victory over the Maple Leafs. The Red Wings beat the Predators, as I mentioned, 5-4. Devils with a 6-2 victory over the Senators. Senators just, unless it's against the Leafs, can't really get things right Leafs, under Jacques Martin. 5-1, the Islanders beat the Capitals. 4-2, the Stars are up on the Blackhawks in the third period. It's 1-1, Avalanche and Blues. Nathan McKinnon still searching or looking to extend his point streak that rivals William Nylander. 0-0, Ducks and Coyotes, and it's still scoreless. Early on, first moments, Kraken and Flyers.
Well, the Carolina Hurricanes are in town tomorrow, and they're well rested. Maple Leafs are on their back-to-back in an OT game on the road.
It's a tough spot.
It is a tough spot, but Martin Jones is in net, so we're already even playing. Not really.
Well, it's not a hole to start.
Yeah. Okay, everyone. Well, that was fun. We get to do a post game. Appreciate everyone for listening. We'll be back. I think it's the next week or so. Got a little bit of time. We'll see you in the new year.
There's the joke.
We'll talk to you next year, folks. Thanks for listening to Molson Leafs Hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
We're two men and a truck. We're 2 men and a truck. We're 2 men and a truck. Think 2 men and a truck. 2 men and a truck.ca. So when you gotta move, I'll move them day. Think 2 men and a truck. 2 men and a truck.ca. Cause all of us movers are not the same. So that's our company name. 2 men and a truck.ca. We're lots of men with lots of trucks. So give us a call today.
Move up to Heathwood. Hi, I'm Hugh Herwin. Experience true luxury at Williamsburg Green in Kitchener. Williamsburg Green is everything you want in a community. Enjoy fabulous trails, parks, playgrounds, sports areas, and more. Our beautiful all-brick homes include luxury features you've always dreamed of, even a fully finished lower level. It's time to move up to Heathwood. Learn more at heathwood.com.
Hi, it's Catherine from Great Canadian Meat. Shopping stress? I get it. Dad wants
a motorcycle.
And Mom wants
a 4x4, please.
But if you get them what they want, it won't be a surprise. So get them the next best thing. Great Canadian Meat.
Did you get my text? I want a trip to the Bahamas.
As if. Our sweet heat beef jerky is hotter than any beach in the Bahamas. And the guy she hopes to meet there. Keep it real. Get them Great Canadian Meat from our store in Whitby or greatcanadianmeat.com.
You've been listening to NHL Play-by-Play on SiriusXM. Head over to SiriusXM NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91, for the best hockey talk.
Calm it down.
and they go to the second round.
And then the Sorry Lindy chants, too. Let's not forget about those.
Yeah, then the Sorry Lindy chants. You know, they go to the second round. Ruff got a short extension, which he had this year. I think he got 1 year and an option. I'm not 100% positive, but I believe that's kind of what it is in that area. And Travis Green comes in as an assistant, sort of like, in some people's eyes, coach in waiting, right? That whenever it happens, he's your guy. So there's this kind of thing here that if you need a succession plan, you kind of have one. The thing is, like, I don't think people like Lindy Ruff go from smart to dumb in 6 months. I think that New Jersey has flaws, some of it because of injury and some of it because of performance, that they didn't have last year that now all of a sudden they're dealing with. You look at Edmonton and you talk about all the coaching changes this year. I think Edmonton would be the one that everybody would say, wow, that was fast. And they just felt, you know what? We don't like the way this is going. It's not 100% fair, but we're going to make the change. And the thing I worry about is when one team does it embolden other people to do it? And, so when I look at Ruff, there's enough smoke out there that you wonder, okay, what exactly are we dealing with here? Like, I just don't see how Lindy Ruff goes from a genius who got them to the second round to a complete idiot 6 months later. I just don't believe that happens. And I would think, everybody here believes that Dougie Hamilton, if he's coming back, he's either coming back right before the playoffs or into the playoffs. They can use the cap space, right? The LTIR space.
Yep.
Here's the thing, you can't even be guaranteed now that you're going to have that. So if you want to save this season, you've got to strike. The way I look at it is, are you really going to be able to change enough right now if you just fire the coach?
SiriusXM NFL Radio Channel 88 brings you expert analysis from former players, coaches, and executives, plus reaction to all the latest news on the only 24/7 station dedicated to the National Football League.
I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM NHL schedule for Friday, December the 29th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL, 7 p.m., Columbus Blue Jackets face the Toronto Maple Leafs. Blue Jackets on Sirius 208, XM 219, and Internet 928. Maple Leafs on Internet 947. 7 p.m., Detroit Red Wings take on the Nashville Predators. Red Wings on Sirius 209, XM 220, and Internet 930. Predators on Internet 936. 7 p.m., Ottawa Senators take on the New Jersey Devils. Senators on Sirius 210, XM 221, and Internet 940. Devils on Internet 937. 7 p.m., Florida Panthers face the New York Rangers. Panthers on Sirius and XM channels 91, Internet 932. Rangers on Internet 939. 7:30 p.m., New York Islanders take on the Washington Capitals. Islanders on Sirius 211, XM 222, and Internet 938. Capitals on Internet 950. 8 p.m., St. Louis Blues face the Colorado Avalanche. Blues on XM 207, Internet 945. Avalanche on Internet 927. 8 p.m., Dallas Stars face the Chicago Blackhawks. Stars on XM 223, Internet 929. Blackhawks on Internet 926. 10 p.m., Anaheim Ducks face the Arizona Coyotes. Ducks on Sirius XM channels 91, Internet 920. Coyotes on Internet 921. 10 p.m., Seattle Kraken face the Philadelphia Flyers. Kraken on Sirius 208, XM 219, and Internet 944. Flyers on Internet 941. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your Sirius XM NHL schedule for Friday, December the 29th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL, 7 p.m., Columbus Blue Jackets face the Toronto Maple Leafs. Blue Jackets on Sirius 208, XM 219, and Internet 928. Maple Leafs on Internet 947. 7 p.m., Detroit Red Wings take on the Nashville Predators. Red Wings on Sirius 209, XM 220, and Internet 930. Predators on Internet 936.
Follow every second of the action on NHL Network Radio. From behind the bench to every play on the ice. If it's hockey, it's on SiriusXM NHL Network Radio. SiriusXM 91.
4.5 seasons after leading the St. Louis Blues to the franchise's first Stanley Cup in 2019, head coach Craig Berube was fired as this season approached its Christmas break. Berube joins NHL insider Darren Dreger and ESPN NHL analyst Ray Ferraro on their Ray and Dregs hockey podcast, where he admits that the team was struggling and he did have some idea that his firing was imminent.
I gotta believe that you get the sense, right? And it's not just because of wins and losses, although it can boil down to that in some cases, but did you have a feeling that your time in St. Louis was about to come to an end?
Oh, yeah, for sure. Well, especially you go into Columbus and then Chicago and you lose those 2 games and, things are, you're where you're at. You need to win those games. Those are winnable hockey games. And then we come home and you lose to Detroit at home. I mean, you think about it a little bit, but, it really doesn't, cross my mind that much. I'm just trying to focus on the games and what we got to do to win hockey games. So, but you do have a little bit of a feeling that it could come to an end for sure.
Do you coach any different? How do you present yourself that you don't feel that so the guys don't start to smell it too?
Yeah, I don't think I coach any differently. I don't think I go in there and act any differently. I mean, I just, I'm the same, to be honest with you. Nothing changes there for me, and I don't coach any differently. I do what I think is best for the team at the time, and I'm trying to do the right things to try to win hockey games, and that's it.
When you first got into coaching, I think for a lot of us that played against you, that didn't know you, were like, really? How's this going to go? Hell, I was scared to go within 8 feet of the red line. If I lost my puck, I figured, man, in warm-up, there's more pucks down here. I'm not going over there. How did you get into it? Were you always interested in it?
Not really. I think my last few years with Dale Hunter in Washington, Dale just wanted to watch hockey all the time and talk about hockey, and we became real good friends and still are. And so I think, that's where I kind of started thinking about what am I going to do after hockey, because I know that he wanted to get into coaching after hockey, and obviously he runs that junior team, and they've been very successful. So I think that's when I really started to get dialed in with the hockey and maybe get into coaching after, because when I was done playing, and it was, I thought, well, what am I going to do after I'm done playing? I want to stay in the game somehow, it's in some capacity, and I think that was the best way for me. I'm a locker room guy. I like being around the team, and that's where I fit in. And I think just being with Dale and watching all that hockey and talking about it, I really learned a lot about the game. For me, none of it came easy, and I had to really study the game and understand the game, and I think I understand players really well and what they're capable of doing, and I try to just focus on what their calling cards are in the game and what they should do night in and night out to be good NHL players.
Hear it all on demand. Your favorite shows, your favorite games. Don't miss a second of your favorite SiriusXM programming on demand with the SiriusXM app. Download it now for free.
I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM NHL schedule for Friday, December the 29th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL, 7 p.m., Columbus Blue Jackets face the Toronto Maple Leafs. Blue Jackets on Sirius 208, XM 219, and Internet 928. Maple Leafs on Internet 947. 7 p.m., Detroit Red Wings take on the Nashville Predators. Red Wings on Sirius 209, XM 220, and Internet 930. Predators on Internet 936. 7 p.m., Ottawa Senators take on the New Jersey Devils. Senators on Sirius 210, XM 221, and Internet 940. Devils on Internet 937. 7 p.m., Florida Panthers face the New York Rangers. Panthers on Sirius and XM channels 91, Internet 932. Rangers on Internet 939. 7:30 p.m. New York Islanders take on the Washington Capitals. Islanders on Sirius 211, XM 222, and Internet 938. Capitals on Internet 950. 8 p.m. St. Louis Blues face the Colorado Avalanche. Blues on XM 207, Internet 945. Avalanche on Internet 927. 8 p.m. Dallas Stars face the Chicago Blackhawks. Stars on XM 223, Internet 929. Blackhawks on Internet 926. 10 p.m. Anaheim Ducks face the Arizona Coyotes. Ducks on Sirius XM channels 91, Internet 920. Coyotes on Internet 921. 10 p.m. Seattle Kraken face the Philadelphia Flyers. Kraken on Sirius 208, XM 219, and Internet 944. Flyers on Internet 941. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your Sirius XM NHL schedule for Friday, December the 29th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL, 7 p.m., Columbus Blue Jackets face the Toronto Maple Leafs. Blue Jackets on Sirius 208, XM 219, and Internet 928. Maple Leafs on Internet 947. 7 p.m., Detroit Red Wings take on the Nashville Predators. Red Wings on Sirius 209, XM 220, and Internet 930. Predators on Internet 936.
The PGA Tour comes to life on SiriusXM. It's your destination for everything on the tour. Hear live hole-by-hole coverage and expert analysis. PGA Tour Radio, SiriusXM 92.
Taking a philosophical and positive approach to a tough situation, DJ Smith joined a local sports radio station shortly after his dismissal as head coach of the Ottawa Senators. Smith made it clear that he'll always be proud of what he accomplished in his 4.5 seasons as bench boss in the Canadian capital, but he also says he's sorry he won't be there when all that young talent blooms.
Unfortunately, we couldn't, and we didn't get over the hump this year, whether it was injuries or whatever the case may be, but you know, I feel that we left and did our job when it came to developing these young kids and getting them to the next, level of their playing career. But obviously the players appreciated it.
Pro sports, you're ultimately judged on wins and losses, but you were on hold when we brought you on, and you hear from Timmy and you hear from Brady, and it's pretty much, it's the same songbook from all the players here. It must make you feel good that you've left these young men as better young men, from when you came in. A lot of them were very young.
Yeah,
coming into the league, despite what happened on the ice, that must make you feel proud.
Yeah, you know what? Pierre brought me in for that reason, and to try and make them better people, make them better players, and I believe I did that. And I think, I stick by the fact that there was a lot of things that happened this year that kind of derailed us, whatever, at the end here. But I stick by the fact that I really believe if we got healthy, that there'd be a real push for the playoffs, at the end, despite the amount of injuries and everything. And it is what it is. Never got that opportunity. And I'll work on my game and be a better coach for it. But, at the end of the day, they're great kids. There's some great leadership in there. And this city's going to be proud. The boys are going to get it done for you.
You weren't the first coach, and you won't be the last to start, with a complete rebuild, build the team up, but ultimately not able to see it through to playoff success, Stanley Cups, etc. Why do you think it's so difficult, the previous coaches and yourself to kind of to achieve the ultimate success?
Well, I think at the end of the day too, sometimes the expectations got to be managed, and I think we probably started the clock a little bit soon talking about playoffs, and you can't sit there and tell the people that it's probably not realistic, but when you were working with a $50 million salary cap a couple of years ago, and we're talking about it's time to win now, it's just not realistic in the real hockey circles. When you're talking about, when you look at the roster itself, and I believe the rebuild was done right. They tore it completely down, and you end up with Ridley Gregg, and you have all these pieces that are there. But I think this year was probably the only true and fair time to say, okay, this team should make the playoffs. And I think that put a lot of pressure on the players, and maybe slowed it down a bit. But you know what? At the end of the day, if they don't make it this year, they're going to make it next year. And I believe the organization is set up for success for a long time.
Is there anything you would have done differently? Let's just say within the last year, heading into this season.
At the end of the day, certainly you'd want to try some different things. But I mean, there's a lot of really good things. For whatever reasons, bad bounces, goaltending, whatever the case may be, we got scored on, too much. But there's some changes that I made that I will certainly take with me elsewhere.
SiriusXM has soccer covered end to end. SiriusXM FC. Hear live play-by-play and talk shows hosted by legends of the game. It's SiriusXM FC on Channel 157.
I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM NHL schedule for Friday, December the 29th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL, 7 p.m., Columbus Blue Jackets face the Toronto Maple Leafs. Blue Jackets on Sirius 208, XM 219, and Internet 928. Maple Leafs on Internet 947. 7 p.m., Detroit Red Wings take on the Nashville Predators. Red Wings on Sirius 209, XM 220, and Internet 930. Predators on Internet 936. 7 p.m., Ottawa Senators take on the New Jersey Devils. Senators on Sirius 210, XM 221, and Internet 940. Devils on Internet 937. 7 p.m., Florida Panthers face the New York Rangers. Panthers on Sirius and XM channels 91, Internet 932. Rangers on Internet 939. 7:30 p.m. New York Islanders take on the Washington Capitals. Islanders on Sirius 211, XM 222, and Internet 938. Capitals on Internet 950. 8 p.m. St. Louis Blues face the Colorado Avalanche. Blues on XM 207, Internet 945. Avalanche on Internet 927. 8 p.m. Dallas Stars face the Chicago Blackhawks. Stars on XM 223, Internet 929. Blackhawks on Internet 926. 10 p.m. Anaheim Ducks face the Arizona Coyotes. Ducks on Sirius XM channels 91, Internet 920. Coyotes on Internet 921. 10 p.m. Seattle Kraken face the Philadelphia Flyers. Kraken on Sirius 208, XM 219, and Internet 944. Flyers on Internet 941. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM NHL schedule for Friday, December the 29th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL, 7 p.m., Columbus Blue Jackets face the Toronto Maple Leafs. Blue Jackets on Sirius 208, XM 219, and Internet 928. Maple Leafs on Internet 947. 7 p.m., Detroit Red Wings take on the Nashville Predators. Red Wings on Sirius 209, XM 220, and Internet 930. Predators on Internet 936.
Follow every second of the action on NHL Network Radio. From behind the bench to every play on the ice. If it's hockey, it's on SiriusXM NHL Network Radio. SiriusXM 91.
Things are going well for Rick Bowness in the early part of the second season of his second go-round as head coach of the Winnipeg Jets. Bowness is on the power play on NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM Channel 91, and talking with guest co-host Carter Hutton, he gives the players much of the credit for the club's strong start.
What you're doing with this team up in Winnipeg is amazing. And how have things changed in that market? You know, it obviously started off a bit like with the fan base and getting these guys to buy into, you know, what you're teaching and what you want this team to be. You know, how has that process been played out for you?
Well, I give the players a lot of credit because they're working extremely hard. If you look at our season so far, out of the 31 games, there's probably only one game that we weren't in, and that was a home loss to the LA Kings early. We lost 5-1. Other than that, we've been in every game. So I give the players a ton of credit for their commitment to the team, the commitment to the way we want to play, the commitment to each other out there. So the consistency of our play has been very, very enlightening for us all. And we obviously have to keep it going. There's a long way to go, but again, I'm very happy for the players that they've bought in. That they take great pride in our defensive play. They take great pride in our identity, which is a hard team to play against, and they've been very, very consistent at it. So I give the players a ton of credit for that.
Well, I listen. Barbara Walters taught me listen. So you said pride and identity and defensive play. In a way, can a team get better by losing the Lainez and Pierre-Luc Dubois? And then it's easier to say, well, I mean, we just talked about Washington. Ovi's got 5 goals, and they're winning with nobody's close to a point a game. They're playing team defense, you know, where the spokes of the wheel are better than just relying on 1 or 2 guys. So do you think in a way this club, and I can even add Blake Wheeler, like gone to it, things have changed there. Was it easier then to kind of say, it's got to be this way, and if we do it, we will win, Rick?
Well, it's just, it's not as simple as that. But so this started last year when the coaches and we took over. We knew the team had missed the playoffs the year before, so we knew there had to be a lot of changes. First of all, in the locker room, the culture, and everything that goes along with that, because you've got to have that chemistry off the ice before you have chemistry on the ice. And that's a lot easier said than done, and it takes time, and especially for the new coaching staff coming in and new ideas and asking them to play for a different way and ask them to get more committed to the play without the puck. So that takes a little bit of time. So it's not an easy chore, and that's when you need a complete buy-in from the players, and then they have to see some results. So you can say that this is the process. This is the process. But what's the end goal of the process? Well, you want to win more than you're losing, and you want to be a very competitive team. So it's taken time, and there's no question about that. But again, give the players credit. They now see the reward that if you play strong without the puck and you have a 2-1 mentality, you're still going to score a lot of goals. Coaches talk a lot of 2-1 mentality. That doesn't mean we're not trying to score. We're trying to score, but we're trying really hard to keep the puck out of our zone and out of our net.
SiriusXM Fantasy Sports Radio is the place for expert advice, strategy, and information from the best fantasy sports analysis to win your league. Plus, hear pick-by-pick coverage of live drafts and interviews with top players, coaches, and team executives on SiriusXM 87.
I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM NHL schedule for Friday, December the 29th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL, 7 p.m., Columbus Blue Jackets face the Toronto Maple Leafs. Blue Jackets on Sirius 208, XM 219, and Internet 928. Maple Leafs on Internet 947. 7 p.m., Detroit Red Wings take on the Nashville Predators. Red Wings on Sirius 209, XM 220, and Internet 930. Predators on Internet 936. 7 p.m., Ottawa Senators take on the New Jersey Devils. Senators on Sirius 210, XM 221, and Internet 940. Devils on Internet 937. 7 p.m., Florida Panthers face the New York Rangers. Panthers on Sirius and XM channels 91, Internet 932. Rangers on Internet 939. 7:30 p.m. New York Islanders take on the Washington Capitals. Islanders on Sirius 211, XM 222, and Internet 938. Capitals on Internet 950. 8 p.m. St. Louis Blues face the Colorado Avalanche. Blues on XM 207, Internet 945. Avalanche on Internet 927. 8 p.m. Dallas Stars face the Chicago Blackhawks. Stars on XM 223, Internet 929. Blackhawks on Internet 926. 10 p.m. Anaheim Ducks face the Arizona Coyotes. Ducks on Sirius XM channels 91, Internet 920. Coyotes on Internet 921. 10 p.m. Seattle Kraken face the Philadelphia Flyers. Kraken on Sirius 208, XM 219, and Internet 944. Flyers on Internet 941. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM NHL schedule for Friday, December the 29th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL, 7 p.m., Columbus Blue Jackets face the Toronto Maple Leafs. Blue Jackets on Sirius 208, XM 219, and Internet 928. Maple Leafs on Internet 947. 7 p.m., Detroit Red Wings take on the Nashville Predators. Red Wings on Sirius 209, XM 220, and Internet 930. Predators on Internet 936.
Mad Dog Sports Radio has the best sports talk in the business, covering sports with a passion and knowledge you need. Mad Dog Sports Radio, SiriusXM 86, and the SXM app.
Things haven't gone the way a lot of hockey fans in the Garden State thought they would this season, and once again, New Jersey Devils head coach Lindy Ruff is on the hot seat. But on their 32 Thoughts podcast, NHL Network Radio contributors Jeff Merrick and Elliot Friedman look elsewhere as they try to figure out what's troubling the talented young team that's currently near the bottom of the Metropolitan Division.
But I think that the most under-discussed story of huge significance in the NHL is the loss of Dougie Hamilton with the New Jersey Devils.
I thought you were going to say Timo Meier.
Dougie Hamilton. Don't you think? That is a number one defenseman.
It's a big loss.
I think it's enormous. I think it's gigantic. And you couple that with the goaltending, maybe we shouldn't be so surprised that the New Jersey Devils are struggling and aren't the spot that we thought they'd be in.
Here's the thing. Lindy Ruff a couple of years ago, his status there looked uncertain, and Jack Hughes really backed him, and he stayed. Mm-hmm. And last year, remember, after 2 games, there was the fire Lindy, and Tom Fitzgerald was like, is everybody crazy? It's 2 games into the season, and let's calm it down. And they go to the second round.
And then the Story Lindy chance, too. Let's not forget about those.
Yeah, then the Story Lindy chance. They go to the second round. Ruff got a short extension. which he had this year. I think he got 1 year and an option. I'm not 100% positive, but I believe that's kind of what it is in that area. And Travis Green comes in as an assistant, sort of like, in some people's eyes, coach in waiting, right? That whenever it happens, he's your guy. So there's this kind of thing here that if you need a succession plan, you kind of have one. The thing is, I don't think people like Lindy Ruff go from smart to dumb in 6 months. I think that New Jersey has flaws, some of it because of injury and some of it because of performance, that they didn't have last year that now all of a sudden they're dealing with. You look at Edmonton and you talk about all the coaching changes this year. I think Edmonton would be the one that everybody would say, wow, that was fast. And they just felt, you know what? We don't like the way this is going. It's not 100% fair, but we're going to make the change. And, the thing I worry about is when one team does it embolden other people to do it? And, so when I look at Ruff, there's enough smoke out there that you wonder, okay, what exactly are we dealing with here? I just don't see how Lindy Ruff goes from a genius who got them to the second round to a complete idiot 6 months later. I just don't believe that happens. And I would think, everybody here believes that Dougie Hamilton, if he's coming back, he's either coming back right before the playoffs or into the playoffs. They can use the cap space, right? The LTIR space.
Yep.
Here's the thing, you can't even be guaranteed now that you're going to have that. So if you want to save this season, you've got to strike. The way I look at it is, are you really going to be able to change enough right now if you just fire the coach?
Get the latest news, opinion, and analysis from MMA to boxing and the professional wrestling world 24/7. SiriusXM Fight Nation, SiriusXM 156, and the SXM app.
I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM NHL schedule for Friday, December the 29th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL, 7 p.m., Columbus Blue Jackets face the Toronto Maple Leafs. Blue Jackets on Sirius 208, XM 219, and Internet 928. Maple Leafs on Internet 947. 7 p.m., Detroit Red Wings take on the Nashville Predators. Red Wings on Sirius 209, XM 220, and Internet 930. Predators on Internet 936. 7 p.m., Ottawa Senators take on the New Jersey Devils. Senators on Sirius 210, XM 221, and Internet 940. Devils on Internet 937. 7 p.m., Florida Panthers face the New York Rangers. Panthers on Sirius and XM channels 91, Internet 932. Rangers on Internet 939. 7:30 p.m., New York Islanders take on the Washington Capitals. Islanders on Sirius 211, XM 222, and Internet 938. Capitals on Internet 950. 8 p.m., St. Louis Blues face the Colorado Avalanche. Blues on XM 207, Internet 945. Avalanche on Internet 927. 8 p.m., Dallas Stars face the Chicago Blackhawks. Stars on XM 223, Internet 929. Blackhawks on Internet 926. 10 p.m., Anaheim Ducks face the Arizona Coyotes. Ducks on Sirius XM channels 91, Internet 920. Coyotes on Internet 921. 10 p.m., Seattle Kraken face the Philadelphia Flyers. Kraken on Sirius 208, XM 219, and Internet 944. Flyers on Internet 941. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM NHL schedule for Friday, December the 29th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL, 7 p.m., Columbus Blue Jackets face the Toronto Maple Leafs. Blue Jackets on Sirius 208, XM 219, and Internet 928. Maple Leafs on Internet 947. 7 p.m., Detroit Red Wings take on the Nashville Predators. Red Wings on Sirius 209, XM 220, and Internet 930. Predators on Internet 936.
MLB Network Radio is your home for 24/7 baseball talk, featuring on-site coverage of every major event from spring training through the World Series and expert analysis from former general managers and players. SiriusXM, Channel 89.
4.5 seasons after leading the St. Louis Blues to the franchise's first Stanley Cup in 2019, head coach Craig Berube was fired as this season approached its Christmas break. Berube joins NHL insider Darren Dreger and ESPN NHL analyst Ray Ferraro on their Ray and Dregs hockey podcast, where he admits that the team was struggling and he did have some idea that his firing was imminent.
I got to believe that you get the sense, right? And it's not just because of wins and losses, although it can boil down to that in some cases. But did you have a feeling that your time in St. Louis was about to come to an end?
Oh, yeah, for sure. Well, especially like, you know, you go into Columbus and then Chicago and you lose those 2 games. And, you know, things are, you know, you're where you're at. You need to win those games. Those are winnable hockey games. And then we come home and you lose to Detroit at home. I mean, you think about it a little bit, but, you know, it really doesn't, you know, cross my mind that much. I'm just trying to focus on the games and what we got to do to win hockey games. So, but you do have a little bit of a feeling that it could come to an end for sure.
Do you coach any different? Do you, like, how do you present yourself that you don't feel that so the guys don't start to smell it too?
Yeah, I don't think I coach any differently. I don't think I go in there and act any differently. I mean, I just, you know, I'm the same, to be honest with you. Like, nothing changes there for me, and I don't coach any differently. Like, I do what I think is best for the team at the time, and I'm trying to do the right things to try to win hockey games, and that's it.
When you first got into coaching, you know, I think for a lot of us that played against you, that didn't know you, were like, really? How's this going to go? Hell, I was scared to go within 8 feet of the red line. If I lost my puck, I figured, man, in warm-up, there's more pucks down here. I'm not going over there. How did you get into it? Like, what, were you always interested in it?
Not really. I think my last few years with Dale Hunter in Washington, we really, I mean, Dale just wanted to watch hockey all the time and talk about hockey, and we became real good friends and still are. And so I think, you know, that's where I kind of started thinking about what am I going to do after hockey, because I know that he wanted to get into coaching after hockey, and obviously he you know, runs that junior team, and they've been very successful. So I think that's when I really started to get dialed in with the hockey and maybe get into coaching after, you know, because when I was done playing, and it was, you know, I thought, well, what am I going to do after I'm done playing? I want to stay in the game somehow, it's in some capacity, and I think that was the best way for me. You know, I'm a locker room guy. I like being around the team, and you know, that's where I fit in. And I think just being with Dale and watching all that hockey and talking about it, you know, I really learned a lot about the game. For me, none of it came easy, and I had to really study the game and understand the game, and I think I understand players, you know, really well and what they're capable of doing, and I try to just, you know, focus on what their calling cards are in the game and what they should do night in and night out to be good NHL players.
On the court and off, your home for the NBA is SiriusXM. Follow all the drama as your favorite team vies for it all. SiriusXM NBA Radio, SiriusXM 86.
I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM NHL schedule for Friday, December the 29th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL, 7 p.m., Columbus Blue Jackets face the Toronto Maple Leafs. Blue Jackets on Sirius 208, XM 219, and Internet 928. Maple Leafs on Internet 947. 7 p.m., Detroit Red Wings take on the Nashville Predators. Red Wings on Sirius 209, XM 220, and Internet 930. Predators on Internet 936. 7 p.m., Ottawa Senators take on the New Jersey Devils. Senators on Sirius 210, XM 221, and Internet 940. Devils on Internet 937. 7 p.m., Florida Panthers face the New York Rangers. Panthers on Sirius and XM channels 91, Internet 932. Rangers on Internet 939. 7:30 p.m., New York Islanders take on the Washington Capitals. Islanders on Sirius 211, XM 222, and Internet 938. Capitals on Internet 950. 8 p.m., St. Louis Blues face the Colorado Avalanche. Blues on XM 207, Internet 945. Avalanche on Internet 927. 8 p.m., Dallas Stars face the Chicago Blackhawks. Stars on XM 223, Internet 929. Blackhawks on Internet 926. 10 p.m., Anaheim Ducks face the Arizona Coyotes. Ducks on Sirius XM channels 91, Internet 920. Coyotes on Internet 921. 10 p.m., Seattle Kraken face the Philadelphia Flyers. Kraken on Sirius 208, XM 219, and Internet 944. Flyers on Internet 941. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your Sirius XM NHL schedule for Friday, December the 29th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL, 7 p.m., Columbus Blue Jackets face the Toronto Maple Leafs. Blue Jackets on Sirius 208, XM 219, and Internet 928. Maple Leafs on Internet 947. 7 p.m., Detroit Red Wings take on the Nashville Predators. Red Wings on Sirius 209, XM 220, and Internet 930. Predators on Internet 936.
SiriusXM NFL Radio Channel 88 brings you expert analysis from former players, coaches, and executives, plus reaction to all the latest news on the only 24/7 station dedicated to the National Football League.
Taking a philosophical and positive approach to a tough situation, DJ Smith joined a local sports radio station shortly after his dismissal as head coach of the Ottawa Senators. Smith made it clear that he'll always be proud of what he accomplished in his 4.5 seasons as bench boss in the Canadian capital, but he also says he's sorry he won't be there when all that young talent blooms.
Unfortunately, we couldn't and we didn't get over the hump this year, whether it was injuries or whatever the case may be, but I feel that we left and did our job when it came to developing these young kids and getting them to the next, level of their playing career. But obviously the players appreciated it.
Pro sports, you're ultimately judged on wins and losses, but you were on hold when we brought you on, and you hear from Timmy and you hear from Brady, and it's pretty much, it's the same songbook from all the players here. It must make you feel good that you've left these young men as better young men, from when you came in. A lot of them were very young.
Yeah,
coming into the league, despite what happened on the ice, that must make you feel proud.
Yeah, you know what? Pierre brought me in for that reason, and to try and make them better people, make them better players, and I believe I did that. And I think, I stick by the fact that there was a lot of things that happened this year that kind of derailed us, whatever, at the end here. But I stick by the fact that I really believe if we got healthy, that there'd be a real push for the playoffs, at the end, despite the amount of injuries and everything. And just, it is what it is. Never got that opportunity. And I'll work on my game and be a better coach for it. But, at the end of the day, they're great kids. There's some great leadership in there. And this city's going to be proud. The boys are going to get it done for you.
You weren't the first coach, and you won't be the last to start, with a complete rebuild, build the team up, but ultimately not able to see it through to playoff success, Stanley Cups, etc. Why do you think it's so difficult, the previous coaches and yourself to kind of to achieve the ultimate success?
Well, I think at the end of the day too, sometimes the expectations got to be managed, and I think we probably started the clock a little bit soon talking about playoffs, and you can't sit there and tell the people that it's probably not realistic, but when you were working with a $50 million salary cap a couple of years ago, and we're talking about it's time to win now, it's just not realistic in the real hockey circles. When you're talking about, when you look at the roster itself, and I believe the rebuild was done right. They tore it completely down, and you end up with Ridley Gregg, and you have all these pieces that are there. But I think this year was probably the only true and fair time to say, okay, this team should make the playoffs. And I think that put a lot of pressure on the players, and maybe slowed it down a bit. But you know what? At the end of the day, if they don't make it this year, they're going to make it next year. And I believe the organization